go over is Paylocity. Has everyone downloaded the Paylocity app?
Yes.
And has everyone clocked in today?
I did.
No, I didn't. I didn't know.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I either.
All right. So go ahead and go to Paylocity. I did send the instructions. I believe that was one of the attachments on how to clock in and out. Go ahead and see if everyone's able to do that.
I was able to punch in at 10:12. This is Ebony Manolo.
All right, do me a favor. Shoot me a text to my cell number with your name. That way I can go ahead and save it and say that, you need to change the punch to 10 o'clock.
Okay, no problem. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
So Michael, you have to actually download the app. You can't, that's the only way to clock in?
Yes, that will be the only way to clock in because you have to have location settings enabled. And it's easier to do that from a cell phone than a computer.
Okay.
You can do it from a computer. It's just not convenient in any way.
Okay.
So, I'm just gonna go back to.
For some reason, it logs me in and it kicks me right back out. I'm not able to do it.
Downstairs.
Maybe I can't do it while I'm on the Zoom. I don't know, but I was able to get on there before, so it's not allow me to do it now.
Hey, Mike, this is Philip. I'm unable to do it because I can't get any service. But when I get available, I'll log in. I know I'm good.
All right, just everyone make sure at some point today to at least clock in and make sure you're able to utilize Paylocity.
Okay. Now, I was able to clock in at 10:15. Mike, you said text you and tell you to change it to 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your number?
Sarah, can you pop my cell number into the chat?
This is for everybody or just her?
Everyone.
Okay.
That way I can go ahead and save everyone's number that's on here and start a group chat.
So you would like us to text you once we're able to log in to Paylocity?
Yes, and that way I can fix any time issues for today.
Roger that.
So Paylocity is, for the most part, it's pretty good. There are issues, to say the least. Anytime you have an issue with Paylocity, let me know as soon as you're able to. Be it, hey, it wouldn't allow me to clock in, or it gave me an error message. Another thing, make sure your location settings are on when you're utilizing the app. Otherwise, it will not let you clock in or out. Which, it's good that we're now using Paylocity that has a location setting on it. Sarah, Philip, and Augustus can let y'all know it used to be a lot more difficult. There were 2 different apps that you had to use to do your payroll.
Come here. Good morning.
All right, so there are still some items in the PowerPoint that will not apply to us. Anytime that you see church or faith community, kind of ignore that. Generally during hypothermia, we would utilize churches for our hosting sites. This season, we're going to use one of 2 county buildings. I'm hoping it will be the Container Store. The Container Store is located in Tyson's Corner, right off of Route 7. I went in there yesterday. There is a lot of space. There is a lot of storage. There's areas where we can block off and put anyone that comes in that we have to quarantine. Email communication came out yesterday, Friday, saying that the hypothermia sites will be able to directly refer to the quarantine and isolation hotels. What that's going to mean for us is we have to be very vigilant in, doing the assessments to figure out if anyone is potentially symptomatic. Up until 10 p.m., we will be able to call a nurse practitioner and they will give us guidance. After that, we would do a referral and more than likely call medical transport to move them to the closest isolation site that has a bed available. There will be more communication on that, and before Hypo starts, I will be able to let everyone know the procedure for that. So hypothermia was started in 2003 to keep people from freezing to death in the cold weather. This season, we will be running a all-day shelter program versus a overnight shelter. The reason for that is a lot of the businesses that would allow our guests to come in and stay during the day will be shut down, or they will not have the same places for them to hang out. So libraries, restaurants, drop-in centers are currently not doing the same hours that they used to. So overall, the hypothermia program is to ensure that our homeless guests have a place to stay warm, to be able to sleep without being outside in the cold. We do not host families at hypothermia. Anyone under the age of 18, they would have to be referred back to the county. Numbers are a little bit outdated here. Season before last, we served 302 unique individuals for that season.
Mike, and I'll just, oh, sorry to cut you off. So for families, we have on occasion had families show up. So older females with adult children. So we do allow them to come in as long as they're over 18. But they do have to be 18, so that we do have those types of families show up from time to time.
Last season, I think that we served 260 unique individuals. This season, we're not sure what it's going to look like. It can be, because of most of the other locations being at massively reduced capacities, we could end up with a larger number than we did last season. Or it could go the other way and people are going to be afraid to come into shelter because of COVID. I'm of the first opinion where we're going to get more people than what the county is currently expecting, and then they're going to have to figure out a way to open another site.
Hi, Mike. This is John.
Go ahead.
I was wondering, as far as I know, I've been doing this for over 5 years, but are we allowing guests to come in and out the facility when they want to? I mean, obviously we can't make them stay. If they want to leave, they can leave. I don't know what we're doing about that.
Yes. So anyone can come and go as they please. A lot of our guests are going to have seasonal jobs. And, you know, I understand that's going to move into a safety concern for a lot of our facilitators.
Absolutely.
What I tell people is, you know, treat everyone coming into the building as if they are COVID positive.
As a like bed bugs and having that machine, pretty much.
I am working with the county to get a bed bug machine on site. They're kind of giving some pushback on that for some reason. Generally, we would not have a bed bug machine at our hypo locations because in previous seasons we moved around a lot.
Right. I get it.
But that is something that I'm trying to get them to agree upon. So as far as like temperature checks, another thing that we're trying to get in the facility to keep us from interacting like directly face to face is the wall mounted thermometers versus you having to walk up to someone and get their temperature. So that leads to something else that's probably not in this PowerPoint. Anyone coming into the site, we have to do a quick symptom check. It's a self-report plus their temperature.
And we'll have those guns available to us?
Like I said, hopefully I'm getting 2 wall-mounted thermometers versus the handheld versions. So they would walk up to the wall, it would read the temperature, and then we would write down whatever the temperature is.
Oh, okay.
And all guests and staff will be doing that anytime they walk into the building. And it doesn't matter if they were outside smoking a cigarette for 2 minutes. Anyone walking into the door will have to walk up to and get their temperature taken.
Okay, that answers. Just want to make sure, be clear on that.
Yep. So guest expectations, they should be treated with dignity and respect, have their privacy and confidentiality honored, be able to make decisions independently when to go to sleep, when they can smoke a cigarette, etc. Decent meal and a warm place to sleep. I will cover meals real quick. So working with, we're still working with our church organizations. They will, either one of us will go into Fairfax and pick up the meals and bring it to the site, or they're going to be nice enough to drive the items over to us. They'll drop off a hot dinner, a breakfast bag, and a lunch bag. Sarah, do you want to kind of go over the responsibilities for facilitators?
Sure. So I guess, and you can go to the next slide. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So obviously you'll see notations in here as far as evening shift or morning shift, overnight shift, but because we are shifting from a evening, basically before we were only open from 5 to 7 a.m., all guests had to be off site by 7 a.m. So you'll see notations, but essentially we need to be courteous to one another and make sure that we are showing up at the time that we are supposed to be, and maybe just a couple minutes early. I know it's best to find out what's going on before, if your coworker's running out because they've got to be somewhere else, right at that 5 o'clock, let's say, time frame, and you're walking in and you don't know that 5 things happened on the shift before. So if you can allow yourself, and I know with traffic it's not always feasible, but if you can allow yourself a quick moment to be able to just get that quick shift report to see what's been going on. And there's a document where you also notate, significant things that happened each hour. But sometimes that face-to-face interaction is beneficial. And then if you leave your shift early, just basically clock in and clock out. If something comes up, typically we just text Michael, let him know, hey, such and such is coming in early because I have a sick child, or I have to go to work, or whatever the case may be, just to keep those lines of communication open. If you accidentally leave, it happens all the time, not too frequently, but if you accidentally leave, you forgot to clock out, usually what I do is just go ahead and clock out at the stoplight when I remember, and send Mike a text and just be like, hey man, sorry, I left at midnight, but I accidentally didn't remember to clock out until 12:15. So just, we're adhering to Facet's code of ethics at that point. The next one is roles and responsibilities. So there is a sheet that the guests will sign as part of their intake, and we'll go over that in a little bit. It basically just outlines what the expectations are while they're in the facility. And it's really good to know yourself those rules inside and out, because they will test boundaries and they will try to get away with stuff. And so really to just operate in the most fair way is to just say, remember, you read the rule, and the rule said, after 10 p.m. is quiet time, or whatever the rule is. Remember, there's no alcohol on premises. Remember, you signed those rules, so you have two choices. Give me the alcohol so I can dump it, or leave property. And so sometimes, you just let them know, hey, you've got a choice. This is the rule you sign. Next slide, review. Again, going with regard to Facet's Code of Ethics, to be present, awake, and available at all times. If there are multiple staff on that particular shift, you never know when that staff is going to need backup. Unfortunately, the guests that come to us do have medical conditions. They do have substance abuse and mental health conditions, and you just don't ever want to leave your coworker in a position where an emergency pops up and maybe you're taking a 5-minute or 15-minute nap and they can't find you, or whatever the case may be. So just open lines of communication. Hey, I'm going to step out to go to the bathroom for 10 minutes, or, just keeping those lines of communication open. Mike, are we using Google Docs this year?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So real quick, a lot of the paperwork is switching to a Google Doc form. It'll be day by day. So any hourly rounds, checks, stuff like that will be a Google form. The shift report is going to be a spreadsheet type thing. Again, day to day. Yeah, most of that is switching over to an electronic form.
So kind of just a couple highlights for that. Like say, for example, the bullet that says complete inventory, trunk, and paperwork. You don't ever want to show up on shift and realize you're out of gloves or pens or something, because although if you catch it early and Mike is still at the office, or he's still out and about and he's got this stuff in his trunk, because he's really awesome about keeping us a good supply in his trunk. You don't want to be that coworker that forgot to do inventory and now you're out of, especially something with regard to PPE, the masks, gloves, things like that. So inventory, especially during COVID, is extremely important. Also, the conducting inspections of areas, including bathrooms. Unfortunately, our guests do go in bathrooms and use things they're not supposed to use, and we don't want anything unfortunate to happen to them. We want to know where they are and what they're doing. Perhaps not so much in the facility we'll go into this year, but previously in the churches, we would have designated areas for them to sleep in, and you'd go around and do a head count and you'd realize you were missing some folks, and you would find them in parts of the church that they were not allowed to go. And most of that wasn't because they just simply wanted to break the rules. They just wanted their own space. They wanted to get away from everybody, which is totally understandable, but not allowed. And so the inspections and hourly walks are extremely important. Also, they do like to hide alcohol outside the facility, knowing that the alcohol is not necessarily, is not allowed in the facility. So they will hide it in the bushes. They will hide it in the trash cans, among other things that they hide. So biggest thing is just, hopefully being as secure as we can with weapons, and then alcohol and drugs. But the walkthroughs in the presence of just the Facets team being in their areas, again, being highly respectful of their space, but at the same time, we're here to keep everybody safe. We're here to have everybody, have a safe space to sleep. And as always, if you show up like me, you have a tea, you have a coffee, and you have a Diet Coke.
Sir, I got a quick question.
Sure.
Still to apply the same rules that we did in the churches when you do your round, they cannot sleep in the cars?
Well, I mean, the whole thing is, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, the biggest thing is with them sleeping in their cars, if the temperature gets down to a certain point and the unfortunate, hypothermia sets in, they're on our property. Yet they do have, it is one thing for them to be in their cars because they want their personal space, maybe to smoke a cigarette or be on the phone. And that's perfectly acceptable. If you're awake in your car, that's one thing. But if you start sleeping in your car, that temperature drops, that's on us.
I agree.
And so they cannot sleep in their vehicles. They can go to their vehicles. That's perfectly acceptable. But we have to think again from a safe, why are we open? We are open to bring people in from the cold so that they don't get hypothermia and the unfortunate happens, whether they lose fingers or lose their life. And so that's why we can't really tolerate sleeping in cars. Although they're going to try it.
Yes.
Oh,
Going back to David.
right. Yes. Yes. David likes to peruse the scene. If he feels comfortable, he will stay inside. But again, he does have a place where he can park his truck. But again, we want to really just softly encourage as many people to stay inside as possible, because, you know, it can get cold out there. We're required to wear our facet shirts, identification badges, and lanyards. Michael, I don't know what y'all are doing this year as far as getting the new folks their little picture IDs. Are we doing that?
That is a Sherry question.
Okay, so Facets does offer a badge that you can wear around your neck on a lanyard that does has your picture and identifies who you are. And also that we are representing Facets as a team, and so we not sweatpants. Basically, we need to look business casual. So comfy, yes. So have I ever not shown up in sweatpants? I apologize. Not shown up in jeans. I mean, jeans are comfy. So that's what I do show up in. There are also, I don't know, Michael, if you can speak to this, there are also sweatshirts for purchase. And I have probably purchased, I think, 2 or 3 over the years. They come in handy as well. So if you wear a shirt underneath, but have your Facet sweatshirt on, that's identifying who you are. So that works.
Yes, I have some ordered.
Cool. Well, then I might need another one, because these you can only wash these things for so many years before they start to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. So the responsibility of the facilitators to ensure rules and guidelines. Again, really what this goes back to is just maintaining consistency. And even amongst staff from shift to shift, they will try to split staff. They will try to manipulate. They will try to, maneuver any way that they can. And so really the only suggestion I have to say for this slide is everybody just remain consistent amongst the expectations across the board. Because if they start to feel like, oh, well, I can get away with this person, then it makes it more difficult for the other facilitators, because they're going to try to get away with it on the next shift. And it just helps to just have that level of fairness. Well, I didn't let them do it, so I can't let you do it. The biggest thing is they'll lay on their mats and listen to a TV show or music, specifically music, without their headphones. And the person 2 mats over, man, I don't like that music. I don't want to hear that. Okay, so across the board, earphones. Respect. If you're listening to something with volume, you need to have your earphones in. So simple things like that.
That includes staff members as well.
Yes.
You're going to get bored over on the overnight. Bring an audiobook or whatever. Make sure you have headphones. But again, make sure also that you're doing what you need to be doing.
Alrighty. So this kind of speaks a little bit to what John had asked earlier about leaving the property and coming back intoxicated. So again, it's a fine line with regard to them coming back. If they can come back into the facility and not be disruptive, because one of the rules is you cannot be disruptive. We are a low barrier shelter. You can come in with mental health issues. You can come in under the influence of any type of substance. And as long as you are not, we've had people pace all night long. They're not disturbing anybody. Do they make other guests uncomfortable? Absolutely. But they're not disturbing anybody. And so it's just reiterating to whatever guest might be complaining, oh, such and such is drunk, they shouldn't be allowed to be in here. Well, but they're laying on their mat drunk, or they're laying on their mat high, or they're just standing in a corner high. Is it uncomfortable? Yeah. Is it kind of weird? Yeah. But they're not hurting anybody. They're not harming. They're not being disruptive. And so you just have to kind of create that narrative to tell to the people that become agitated or irritated that somebody's doing something that they don't like. It really just boils down to that rule of is there any risk of harm, or is there any risk of just disruption? Because you don't want to have one guest disrupting 50, because then it turns into a three-ring circus. So, oh, did you update this okay, so case management, they come out, and basically our whole goal here from the point of contact with these folks is to get that intake packet done, get the SPDAT done, which will, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but we'll review that in a little bit, because our goal is to get them linked to case management. And some of them have been homeless for decades and they avoid case management like the plague. Their whole plan is to come into our facility in the winter months and go back to their tent or their car in the spring to fall. And so those folks, we still have to encourage them and still have to let them know what services are available to them. And sometimes it's just not even housing services that they need. They need medical services, or they need help getting Social Security or any type of benefits. And so they're linked to all types of services, because we're only there to facilitate and make sure that it's a cool, calm, and collected evening and day. Their link is those case managers. Medical services and mental health, we do collaborate with the health department and the community services board. With COVID, their presence is not as probably is going to be as frequent as it is, but those resources are available. And Mike has a important phone number sheet that he'll get out to you guys. I suggest everybody save them in your phone. It's the Community Services Board mental health emergency number, mobile crisis, detox, because there'll be some guys that come in and they're like, yeah, can you call detox for me? Sure can. Hey, can you call, I'm feeling some type of way. Can you call mobile crisis? Sure can. Or non-emergency dispatch. And so I always keep those numbers in my phone. The minute somebody comes up to me, I'm making that call to try to get somebody out there that's trained to help them. And then laundry, we'll talk about, or Mike, if you want to talk about it now. Basically, we issue them 2 blankets and a mat, and those blankets go and get laundered. Only the blankets. We're not laundering any of their personal items.
That is correct. That has not changed, even though we are going to 24/7.
Who's responsible for laundry?
I think we have a slide to go more in detail for that.
So it's going to depend on who takes that contract with the county as to what shift will physically be doing the laundry. We're not sure yet. That has not been hammered out. That is a county issue, not an agency issue.
And Mike, there was a quick question in the chat. How many people on shift at a time? Do we know that yet?
So there will be at least 3 people overnight. There will be between 4 and 6 people for the mid shift. And there will be at least 4 people on the day shift.
So your mid shift is 4 to 12. Is that your mid shift? I guess you would say.
I think I have it stated 5 to 1. So one of the things that I'm trying to work out, and I will be reaching out to everyone with the questions of what are you able to work? What is the earliest a mid-shift person can get there? And what time do you have to leave either for the mid-shift or for the morning position to make it to your other job on time?
And keep in mind, guys, that the westbound traffic where this particular location is, if they do ultimately choose the Container Store, which would be a much more spacious space for the guests, and that is a benefit. But that westbound traffic coming out of Tyson's towards, the Container Store is right there, but it's still congested, to say the least.
Are we talking about the Container Store that's near Bed Bath and Beyond? And it's that Container?
It's right past, like Tyson's Corner will be on your right. It's right where they built the metro.
Yes, right.
The high rise, yeah. Across kind of, well, yeah. It's across from the strip mall. See, and I grew up over there, so I don't, I know what used to be in the strip malls. There used to be a record store over there. Just
I
state
grew
my
up in
age.
Fairfax, so I'm from Fairfax. So yeah, I know, and I'm, I guess, 8 minutes away from the Container Store.
Oh, would that be, yeah, then you're perfect.
Yeah, I'm on that near that Cedar Lane.
Oh, yep.
I just didn't know the Container Store was gone. But there's no facility for them to, there's no like kitchen in there.
Well, that's why either the county is going to contract with catering, which is what we are currently doing for the hotels, or we have always had churches that have provided 100% of the meals to our guests. Well, let me refer, well, lunch too. So yeah, they provided breakfast, lunch, and dinner to our guests from the open of hypothermia to the close of hypothermia. And a lot of them are still very much wanting to participate, but some of them are not allowed because of COVID regulations to even operate in their kitchens. And so they can't make the mass quantities of food that we would need for the potential number of guests that we'll have.
Are we gonna have tables there for them to eat, or are they just gonna sit on the floor and eat?
No, we will have somewhere for them to sit.
So does that mean, oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, volunteers? So I guess we're not gonna have volunteers since the COVID?
There will be no volunteers on site.
So
That's the
basically-
reason potentially we will have more people from that 5 to midnight area than on the other ships.
Right.
Because the meal
dinner,
for
chow, and all that.
yeah, dinner is going to be a hot meal. Everything else is going to be pre-bagged lunch or breakfast.
Well, and two, I guess, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. Typically what happens is we have a designated sleeping area and a designated somewhat eating and sitting area. And we do not, I don't know if we'll continue to regulate this, but we try to not allow drinking and eating in the sleeping area because of spills and messes and bugs and whatnot. We try to keep that separate so that, we can be as hygienic as possible. And also too, we do, like I said, have some guests that will sit up all night. Well, at a certain point, it's quiet time. So if you're in the sleeping area, you're quiet. If you want to, talk to yourself or read a book out loud or whatever you do overnight, then you need to be in the sitting area so that you're not disturbing those guests that are trying to sleep, because a lot of them do work. So they got to get up at the tail crack of dawn to catch metro or bus or whatever to get to where they need to be.
And Michael, we're going to continue that policy.
So that's where I was about to jump. Because of the need to socially distance, if you want to grab your food, go over to your sleeping mat, hang out there versus trying to wait for one of the tables to open up.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
We are going to allow that.
Okay.
What about, say for example, the overnight? They're overnight, they're sleeping, and then in the morning, are they required to roll up their mats and blankets and get them out the way? Or their stuff is set and staged, and it stays that way the whole entire time?
So I'm working on 2 different plans right now. One being we're running this more as an actual shelter than an emergency site. So instead of, closing the bed list out every day, it's going to be, if you're there, you have that space. If you're gone for more than 24 hours, you lose that space.
And we're probably going to have to update those rules so that they're aware of that, because even currently with our IQ shelters, they leave days, weeks, and they leave their stuff, and it becomes an issue where you don't want to dispose of anybody's items, but at the same time, you don't want to continue to hold that space for somebody that you have no idea where they are or when they're coming back.
Good point. Very good point.
So we may need to look at
stuff and just keep their stuff there, and somebody new coming in says, hey, I want to lay down, but somebody's spot is just there and they've been gone for a day or two. So yeah, good point.
It was more of a
So what we would be doing is inventorying that stuff. We would keep it on site for 3 business days. They will sign a separate sheet of paper towards this, saying that if your belongings are left on site, they will be disposed of. But we would give them 3 business days to reclaim their items.
Now, Mike, are we going to have a sign out procedure? I know before, you learn who was going out for a smoke break and who was probably going to go down the street and may or may not come back. So you learn patterns of the guests. But is there going to be a method, even from a head count perspective and a fire safety perspective, of trying to get an idea of how many heads are in house, so that if we have to evacuate to the parking lot, because we're identifying who's coming back into the building by the temperature checks and the signing like that. But what about exits?
Yes, we do have to. I have a little bit more work to do on that, but yes, we need to keep account of who's coming and going.
And in 5 years, we've never had to evacuate. I don't know, Philip, Augustus, if I've never had to evacuate a facility with guests, but I impress upon them. I don't want to get out to the parking lot and my bed list says I got 25 and I'm counting 20 and I'm spazzing because I don't know where these 5 people are. I don't want that responsibility. So I'm one of the ones that they get irritated with, because I'm like, are you going out? And that's why it pays to be observant of who's going out to smoke and who's not, so that God forbid something happens.
Now, are they have names for your when they laid out? How do we know who belongs to who? Since you guys, I'm used to having their names put on like sleeping bags, shelter. I used to do it. You guys obviously are not doing sleeping bags, so how does that work? What if someone gets someone else's cover from yesterday?
That's so the bedding bags where their blankets are going to be in, and this is going to take some logistical maneuvering because in the past they bagged up their bedding bags in the morning, they gave them to us, they had their names on them. When we shut down, when we opened back up, they got their bedding bags back, so their name was on it. The mats, they were responsible for cleaning a mat every night. They didn't get the same mat, but by them being that their items are on the floor, we may have to come up with some type of, I don't know if we use like blue tape or duct tape, something that's not going to be super adhesive, and maybe put their initials on the mat so that we can somehow identify, because you're right, if they leave for 2 days and you like, well, I don't know who this stuff is, that could pose a logistical issue. So maybe some duct tape with a Sharpie or something just on their mat. And 2, if somebody comes in and moves mats and does all kinds of stuff they like to do, that may be able to alleviate that issue.
So one of my thoughts here, and whether or not the health department is going to allow it, is to get heavy duty plastic wrap and do like individual cubbies.
Oh.
So a 6 foot by 6 foot cubby, because that's what they're basically saying is, every 6 feet. If the health department allows it.
Well, and I guess ideally, like I said, if we just got something like that blue painter's tape or electric, something that's removable, easily removable, and just, figure out a way to put, first name, last initial, because some of them do go by aliases. A lot of times they don't want their peers to know what their real name is. And so we, have to be respectful around that. And that kind of goes into our next, the registration and checkout process, our next set of slides. Because they will come in and they'll tell you what they go by, not necessarily what they registered under. And so I don't know, and I guess we can continue to brainstorm how to identify their belongings, but that definitely will be addressed. Registration and checkout. So like Mike said, we're kind of changing around the bed list. The bed list had to be submitted by a certain time, and it'll probably still have a certain time that needs to be submitted because the county needs to know every day who are we serving. But ultimately, the first week or so of hypothermia is the most busiest because every guest that enters our facility has to do the registration packet. And that was part of the attachments that Mike had sent out, and we'll review paperwork later on. What's this review register? Do you want to review it now, Mike, or do it?
I'll do it at the end of the presentation.
Okay. So again, if they say I go by Smitty, okay, that's fine. And again, it'll go, if you have a guest register or coming in, let's say this is week 3, you got a guest coming in and he says, oh, I'm Smitty. Okay, well, I need the name you registered under, because the other thing too is we have a Vernon David and a David Vernon. Well, you know, or vice versa. You got to make sure that the name that's entered, because if Mike gets that bed list and that person is on there, but they're not, they have not been entered into the HMIS system, the Homeless Management Information System, then they're going to look like a brand new intake. So David loves to come in and be like, Vernon, well, what's your first name? David. Or what's your first name? Vernon. Like I don't know if it's just a little thing he does, but so sometimes we would come in and the bed list will say Vernon David is there. And then sometimes we come in and be David Vernon. So we just need to make sure that whatever name they registered under is the name that gets entered, because if not, we're going to be scrambling to try to either correct it or find this person that now needs to do a complete intake packet. So I just try to kindly remind them, okay, that you want to go by Smitty because you don't want anybody to know what your government name is. That's fine. But when you check in, I need you to let me know that that's what you registered under, or Smitty Smith, or whatever you want to go by is going to have to do a whole new packet. And that usually motivates them to tell you what their name is.
And I am cool with aliases if that is on the initial packet. So somewhere on there, you know, they tell you their real name, but I go by Smitty, put this individual goes by Smitty. Because if I put that into the system as an alias, he will pop up.
Mike,
And a lot of times they'll give you different first names or different last names. And again, as long as that's what they're registered under, or there's that notation, that's fine. But if Mike sees a name on that submitted bed list that's not ever been entered, then we're scrambling.
And I will blow your phone up.
Have you did any pre-registering yet?
No, I'm starting that next week. So I can tell you that the Lamb Center has served, in October, they served 386 unique individuals in October.
That's a lot.
So yeah, that is a lot. That there is a chance that, you know, we will get the majority of those trying to come to our hypo program. Andrea, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had on mute, but I had a question about the intake package. The registration package, I'm sorry. So basically they don't have to have a ID.
Nope.
Correct.
And they don't have to be from Fairfax. They can be from anywhere.
With us being a low barrier shelter, yeah, all they have to do is show up at the site.
Okay. Gotcha.
And that's why sometimes they'll come and we will know them as somebody else, but they are presenting themselves on this day as somebody else. And so we just move forward with the intake packet as if they are Susan Smith, and again, just remind them that, okay, well, when you come in, make sure you give this name or we'll have to do this all over again.
Okay.
And it all goes back to that low barrier. Our goal is just to get them inside. And if they want to be Susan Smith to get inside, then we just let them be Susan Smith.
Okay. And Sarah, from my experience, I found out a lot of them doing that, and that's why you be busy for the first 30 days. They keep figuring out where they fitting in. Do they want to go to Bailey? Do they want to come to FAFSA? So they really going back and forth for the first 30 days.
Well, and Philip, we might not see too much of that because of the limited hypothermia space at the other facilities, which is what Mike was saying. I mean, our numbers could be, now we do have quite the handful of our typical hypothermia guests currently in quarantine shelters in the hotels. But as y'all know, as the economy continues to not be so great, there's going to be new folks. But unfortunately, like I know with Kennedy is starting to utilize our South County building for their hypothermia because they don't have any space down there. So I think the issue is going to possibly be that our year-round facilities don't have the capacity, and instead of us giving them our overflow, it's going to be payback year. They're going to be giving us their overflow because they just don't have that. The county is super vigilant right now on that 6 feet.
And that's true, but Carpenter Shelter and Arlington have opened up a new facility. So
Yep.
they're all trying to prepare for this. And they,
I mean, it's a quiet storm because you don't know how many
Right.
people have been displaced due to the economy, coupled with our seasonal folks, like I said, that do whatever they do in the off season, but they show up in those winter months.
Mhm.
Yeah, so if we get the container store, we will be the overflow site. We would have potentially enough space to host, I would say, at least 80 people and still be able to distance them 6 feet.
All right, we're gonna go to the next slide because I think there's going to be some changes to this. So there'll be a check-in area. I don't know, Mike, because I know when I think of our IQ shelters, we don't have a lot of touchable items. You want to think about and minimize touch as much as possible. So and of course you'll see sign-up sheets. Before we would have a table where the guests would be like, okay, I want a case manager. You come sign up for case management. I know we're going to utilize technology and Google Docs a lot more. So these items will not physically be on a table. But Mike, I don't know, we do have masks if they show up without a mask. Obviously tissues, hand sanitizer. Another big thing is they like to wipe down their areas, which is amazing and great. We want them to wipe down their areas and be as sanitary as possible. But I don't know if we have the readiness of the supplies. But Mike, I guess you can speak to that a little bit.
The county is providing the majority of the PPE, hand sanitizers, anything like that, wipes, they will be providing.
Okay.
Tissues this season, instead of getting boxes of tissues, I'm looking to get the little
Packs.
little packs of like 15 tissues. That way they can take those with them, keep them. I'm working on getting individual hand sanitizers. The county will provide us alcohol spray, and we would purchase spray bottles as hand sanitizer. Let's see what else is on here.
Yeah, it looks like most of the other stuff now, are we gonna, perhaps like the HMIS notice, again, they'll get a copy of that at their intake, but a lot of them throw it in the trash. So we'll probably just have to post that on the wall somewhere. And again, location posters, a lot of times we would have, okay, this is your location, this is the address, and this is the bus route. So again, that might be something we can just laminate and stick on the wall, seeing as how we're not changing location from week to week.
Yeah.
And there's another slide for tokens, so we'll talk about that in a minute. So again, no sleeping in front of exits. So those are usually doorways. Typically what we do is go in and tape off areas that they're not allowed to sleep in. No sleeping in the bathrooms. Sleeping on mats. Now they do roll off. The mats are pretty skinny. So some of our men and women do roll around, but again, now that they got 6 feet and they're not 6 inches apart, it's probably not gonna be that big of a deal. It's 1 mat and 2 blankets. And part of the issue that we've had in the past is ADA accommodations. Some of our folks cannot get down on the floor, and if they do get down, they cannot get back up. I don't know, Michael, are we, because sometimes they would say, well, I can get down and up if I have a chair. So I don't know if we're providing them a chair in their cubicle of sleep area or not. But we just are not, we're not a medical facility. And so sometimes our guests do show up with problems or need to sleep sitting up because they have sleep apnea. And so we do encourage them to hopefully get a space, for example, near a wall so they can sit up next to the wall. One of the concerns that we have with chairs, I will say from experience, and I think Philip and Augustus can probably chime in on this, they'll come in under the influence and sit in that chair and pass out. And the next thing you know, you hear a thud because they've fallen on the floor. And as with our churches, as I'm assuming with the Container Store, it's a concrete floor. And so we want to be mindful of who is experiencing what, because we had one guy for, I don't know, 2-3 years, he would just fall out the chair. We would see him leaning, we'd prop up another chair because he would be passed out. You couldn't wake him up.
Question. During the intake, there may be some clients that come up there and say, I can't lay down because of my back or whatever. Do you turn them away or do you refer them to another facility that'll better accommodate them?
Mike, do we know about chairs yet or no?
We do not.
Okay.
I am working on, again, that's one of the things that I requested the county purchase for us.
Okay. So Drew, to answer your question, typically, I mean, they cannot sleep in a common area and they can't sleep in the bathroom and so we just explained to them that unfortunately this is the facility that we have and this is the facility, this is what we can provide to them. I mean, if it's freezing cold outside, we're not going to turn them away and we'll just have to be somewhat accommodating for the night. But sometimes that creates patterns with our guests. Oh, such and such did it they'll come in. Oh, such and such was here last night and they let me do it. Well, why can't I do it tonight? So we do need to, again, kind of be mindful of what the expectations are so that because, oh, well, some of them will go try to get 5 mats. Oh, well, such and such over there's got 5 mats. Why can't I have 5 mats? Well, because we only have enough mats to serve the number of people that we have in house. And I don't want to turn somebody away at 1 a.m. because you snuck a second mat. And that's what that boils down to, because they will, in this facility, they probably will not have access to the mats like they have in some of our other locations where they can sneak them. But they'll try. And unfortunately, and that's just how I leave it. I'm not going to turn somebody away in the freezing cold in the middle of the night because you want to have 2 mats. And that's it, it is what it is.
And what about those that are like self-sufficient? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Like you can't, I don't know, once again, how you guys work. You can't accept anyone that's in as far as a wheelchair or, we have had folks show up in wheelchairs and walkers. Hospital will send us somebody in a taxi in the middle of the night in their gown and footies. That's rare. We try to be as accommodating as possible, let the on-call worker know, so that we can try to see if there's medical respite available. We just think about, especially depending on the time of day, the temperature, the weather, we want to try to be as accommodating as possible, not creating a risky situation for that individual. And then collaborating with Mike or whoever's on call to say, hey, look, this person showed up. We cannot meet their needs. Who can we get on this? Whether it's the health department or APS, Adult Protective Services, somebody needs to come help this person. Okay.
Is there a cutoff, or an overflow? Like, for example, the building is met the capacity of 500 guests before the marshal comes shuts it down. Or I'm just using that as an example. No, but what do you do in a situation like that? Like, do you turn them away? Do you have an overflow that you can direct them to?
So that's what sucks about this season. There is no overflow. The county is still trying to work you know, the best that they can to figure out what we're going to do with those people that show up after, you know, midnight and be like, hey, I need somewhere to stay.
And we have, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, and we have some guests that get off work exceptionally late and they get anxious about, will there be bed space when I come rolling in at 2 a.m. because I don't get off until, because I have to close the restaurant in DC and then take Metro out here, or whatever the case may be. And like Mike said, unfortunately, we are the overflow this year. And as much as the Container Store is further away from our, like, they're Fairfax Circle folks, most of the folks that we serve, and so they like to be close to their area. Tyson's is a little bit away from that area for them, and the Lamb Center, our drop-in center. So, but the benefit of it is we have never had a facility that has been able to house upwards of 80, 90 people. And so I think that, that's a blessing, because we could see that number. I historically, in 5 years, Philip, Augustus, chime in. Oh, I've never seen those kind of numbers, but it's a possibility.
Are we giving them tokens?
That is the next. There's a slide for that, I think, maybe.
Yes, there will be a slide on that. Real
Okay.
quick, going back to the sleeping arrangements. So it is 1 mat, 2 blankets. No one should receive special treatment without ADA accommodations from a medical provider that is verified by their Facets case manager.
Because they're going to show up and say, my doctor said I need 2 mats because I have back problems, or I need a second mat to elevate because I have knee problems. They need to bring us the document. It then goes to management and the case manager, and then there's a response. There's not, oh, you have a letter, here's your mat.
Are we going to be splitting them up, males and females, or we're going to allow them to lay next to each other?
Low barrier shelter, they can lay wherever they want as long as they are following that 6-foot guideline.
What are we doing with couples then?
They have to follow that 6-foot guideline.
Okay, so no more putting the mats together.
Nope.
No hypo love this year. Okay.
Well, that's gonna be some work.
Yeah,
yeah.
I know, right? Because nothing like some hypo love. All right. Well, Mike, I'll let you speak to this. This is where I saw the tokens come up, because I know the morning checkout is going to be a little different. We used to have a morning checkout because they all had to be out of there by 7 a.m. So things are a little different this year.
So the main thing on this is, if you're handing out tokens, make sure you're documenting it. Right now, unless I'm completely crazy and mistaken, Fairfax County public transportation is still free, as long as you're not trying to utilize a metro. The buses are currently still free. That's going to change soon, so I'm also working with the churches to get funding for that. Anytime you give out tokens, a gas card, a smart trip card, it has to be recorded. Yes, so to answer the question, yes, we're giving out tokens. We're trying to ensure people can get to and from the site. But again, anyone that asks for tokens to, let's say, get to work, they should understand, even though we allow them to leave their belongings, if they're not back by, let's say, 6 p.m., once dinner is over with, then there is a chance they will lose that space.
And to piggyback off the tokens and the smart trip cards, so that's going to be part, and we'll review the inventory sheet when we look at paperwork. But it's about fiscal responsibility. Facets is giving us as facilitators, or you guys as facilitators, these items, and we have had tokens. We had 200 tokens come up missing 1 year, and so as facilitators, management's looking at us like, where the hell did the tokens go? And so it from shift to shift, it's the inventory is important, 1, for replenishment purposes, but 2, for that accountability purposes, because the smart trip cards cost money, the tokens cost money, the gas cards cost money, and we can't replace them. That's one of those things. Once they're gone, they're gone. And the not only management from Facets, and but the churches that donate to us, the county that's providing things to us, they want to know what happened, where it went. And so that's one thing that's, and we get to, well, if you want to go to the next slide, well, 2 more slides. Trunk. Yep.
Question,
So
quick
So the
question.
trunks are what we keep everything in, and they are locked. I don't know if in the Container Store, Michael, you might know if we will also have an office that can remain locked. But ultimately,
there are 3 offices and 1 area that a main area that can be locked. We can utilize one of those offices for, trunk storage.
right.
Anything that needs to be kept locked.
And I've been guilty of this where you run in, you do the little old school time lock thing, you unlock it, you go do something else because you're doing 10 things at once. And hopefully with more facilitators on shift, it won't be that chaotic. But if you leave for a split second and that trunk is unlocked and something happens, so it's just as much as it can be a pain in the butt, lock it back up. Because again, we have had things, cell phones, all kinds of stuff. Sometimes the guests take the weirdest things for the weirdest reasons, and we can't ever figure out, where it went off to. But at the same time, we have to let the on-call person know, hey, this is missing. We don't have it anymore. So lock the trunk is pretty much what I'm saying.
Sir, I got a question.
I got a quick question as well.
Okay, on that, because this is a little different this year. So is the Sunday night and Monday night rules apply, or are they not? For the smart.
So I am working on making a decision. This year, a lot of things are going to change up.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to keep more tokens on site than smart trip cards, just because it's easier handing out 2 tokens versus me going somewhere to get a card refilled.
And that was always just such a biggest pain in the butt anyway, as the number of places that are doing the smart trip cards has dwindled. Although we are close to a metro location that you can actually fill them at. But again, it's a pain.
And how about gas cards?
So that is going to be up to the churches to give that to us. So if there's someone that is staying pretty much every night that wants a gas card, yes. It would be 1 per week, and they have to be there the majority of the week to get it.
And for those folks that are new with us, so typically in the past, for probably a decade or who knows how long, if guests stayed in overnight in-house on Saturday and Sunday night, Sunday and Monday night, on Tuesday night, we would take their smart trip cards and unload an unlimited bus pass, no metro, but just unlimited bus pass. But they had to stay overnight Sunday night and overnight Monday night. And the same was for our guests with cars. If they stayed overnight Sunday and Monday, on Tuesday, they would sign up, and Wednesday morning as they were exiting the program, they would either get a gas card or their smart trip card back filled with a 1-week pass. So you may hear guests that come in and say, well, last year, or well, there is somewhat of a sense of entitlement because it has been happening for multiple years that we have been providing this. But again, just gently remind them, well, due to COVID, our circumstances have changed. If we can do it, great. If we can't, just they've come accustomed to receiving that benefit. And that was awesome when it was a benefit, but it may not be a benefit in this upcoming year as consistently as it has been in the past.
And you used to keep up the list for us, man. We got to do it.
I'm sorry, Philip. that was my little baby. But it sounds like that may become easier too. I mean, if we have guests, one, if the buses are still free, that'll be awesome, because then what do you need a token for? But 2, it may be, if we change up what the regulation looks like, it won't be as cumbersome to identify who was there on what specific night. Are we keeping the same locks? That's the next slide.
Yes.
Okay.
Honestly, we're probably not even going to have the trunk this year because, like I said, there is
An office set up.
separate room that can be locked and,
Just word to the wise, whoever's carrying around the key, don't leave it on your person and drive all the way home and realize that you have it, because then you got to drive all the way back. Done that far too many times.
That happens a lot.
I know, right?
So this season, that's going to be something that we have to transfer over to someone. So whoever was in charge of the key has to sign it over to someone else, as well as the computer and radios. Yes, I said radios this season, with the amount of people that we're going to have, in the expectation of us being actually walking around. We're going to have radios just in case anything blows up.
Sounds like a plan. Now, well, do you know of this? Because I know you sent these out, but do you know of these which will be just transitioned to purely Google Docs, or are we still going to have our file box of fun?
The majority of these items, minus the intake packet, will be computerized.
Well, and possibly laundry verification. So for our new folks at the jail, inmates were very gracious to clean our laundry for us, our bedding bags, which was awesome because, give back and we help each other out. One of the big things with that, though, is, and it will continue to be, they will try to sneak sweatshirts, socks, God only knows what stuff is in their bedding bag or mixed up in their sheets, blankets, not sheets. And so whether it goes back to the jail or some independent contractor, what we would do, and Philip and Augustus are probably pros at this more so than me, is you got to shake the blankets to make sure, of course, with static and in the winter months, things stick to the blankets. So really it's just taking them by the corners and shaking them out before we put them in the mesh bags to go out for laundry. And I don't think, because it looks like everything else, guys, a lot of the documents that Michael had already sent, they're very easy documents to fill out and fairly self-explanatory. You see red or green assignments. That was when we were operating 2 churches at one time. Again, the inventory log is extremely important, just so that that's us letting us know what we need. And you'll get a feel for how many things of gloves you go through. So if you got 1 in the trunk, but you go through 2 a day, then you need to be communicating with Mike to get some more gloves or whatever the case may be. Pens disappear all the time as well. So I think that
in your tote container, will you have incident reports?
So again, that's going to be electronic. I did not send that one out.
Well, I would say set up that laptop too. Just set up the Facets laptop with that link, because I know that's extremely helpful at the shelter, where you have that. It's an incident that happens. You click on that link, and you just feel it's so easy. I don't know who created that, but that was great.
Okay.
What about observation reports? They're kind of similar, but yeah.
So there's an hourly log for that. And again, I'm going to assume that that's going to go over to electronic as well. Correct, Mike?
Yes.
So it's just, it literally is hourly log. So for example, you'll have 9 a.m. So from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., you're going to go in there and you're going to put whatever is important that you would want either management to know that when they come back and read it, or the next shift to know. Let's say, unfortunately, you had 2 minutes to do shift exchange and you really needed 15 minutes. You could say, oh, well, something happened this morning. Go back and look at the shift note. And that's really what we're doing at the hotels. And that works really well, because I can come in on shift and scroll through the entire day and see what observations, what's going on. And really, you just got to think about it with, what does the next person or what does management need to know about what happened? If somebody is walking around appearing a certain kind of way, whether it's sickly or experiencing new mental health symptoms or something like that, or, just that, things are going well because we played music today, something that's helpful.
Cool.
So we're not really going to have so in the past we had file folders that we filed the paperwork so that management, when they came by, they could pick it up. But again, it's all going to be electronic, which is great. And I hope we continue to be electronic in years to come. But the paperwork that may need, like intakes, for example, in the past, overnight staff have assisted in entering all of those intakes because it's quiet and not much going on overnight. But my other case managers, whomever, they still come out and collect the actual, because there are signature pages, releases of information, things like that will need to be kept on FAFSA's site, but don't necessarily need to stay at the shelter. So those things we'll need to keep handy in a centralized location so that Mike knows, okay, when I come over here, this is where this is the intake box where I need to take these intake packets back.
So this season, that is changing a little bit. There will be a desk or table set up in one of the rooms. That will be my office. I will be there Monday through Friday between the hours of 9 and 8, depending on the day. So that can all be stored in my office. And this season, anything that a guest signs will be left on site. That way y'all have access when they say I didn't sign the rules. Give me 30 seconds, I'll be right back. So with it being a centralized location, I don't need to take everything back to the office. It will stay on site until the last day of Hypo.
Well, that's great.
Myself and 2 other individuals will be offering case management Monday through Thursday. And again, those hours are going to rotate between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. So there should be a case manager on site both in the morning and in the evening.
How many pages are the intake forms? Because I know the intake for Hypo is different than the intake forms for people entering the shelter.
So I'm going to go ahead and apologize to everyone that's on this call today. So this year I am adding the VI SPDAT to something that y'all have to complete with the clients. That's going to be one of the training items we're doing today. So this season, the intake packet, that itself is 3 pages, 9 pages. It's about 11 pages that you have to sit there with the client and complete, and then get them to sign.
The good news is it's a lot of check boxes, because I know I'd be freaking out if somebody said I had 11 pages to fill out with somebody that may or may not be cooperative. But it is check boxes. It's kind of drop down. Do you have insurance? Okay, what kind? Yes or, so it's, do you have income? Okay, from where? So it is a lot of check boxes. So that's positive.
Now that has to be, that is sensitive information. So, is there going to be a place to talk with the guests? So, when you're talking about social security numbers, addresses, phone numbers, and stuff like that, it can't be or wouldn't be overheard by other people.
Go ahead.
It depends on the situation. If you have someone come in that is experiencing COVID symptoms and you're unable to get them into the hotel that night, then you're going to treat that guest differently than someone that's not displaying symptoms. Because anyone that comes into our site has to have an intake completed if they stay there. So let's say 3 a.m. rolls around, an ambulance pulls up, drops someone off, and the driver's like, oh, and by the way, they're probably COVID positive. Thank you for that. Doubtful it's going to happen. They have a nice little referral process to one of the shelter isolation sites, but anything can happen. So if you experience a situation like that, you're not going to want to drag them into a secondary location to have a conversation, because at that point you're walking through the entire building, potentially infecting other people as they go along. So to answer your question, yes. So besides the first 2 nights of hypo, you would take them into a room, sit down and talk to them. But anyone on those first 2 nights, which are going to be the busiest 2 nights of the season, because you have to get this paperwork done before you allow them into the building. So what you would be doing is I'm going to try to have as many staff members on site as possible those first 2 nights. You would pull them to the side, basically whispering information back and forth, allow them into the site.
And ideally, Mike, I don't know, and this might be thinking outside the box. If we could set up 2 chairs, maybe in the parking lot area, or because typically what we've done in the past is right before we open the doors, we go out and we welcome them and, say, hey guys, we're glad you're here tonight. Just to let you know, getting into the facility tonight is going to take a little bit of time. For those of you all that have completed an intake, in the past, we've created 2 lines. For those that have completed an intake, if we have a spreadsheet in hand, and yes, you can go stand in this line over here. So we preemptively, prior to opening our doors, let's say we're going to open our doors at, I don't know, 9 a.m. on the 1st. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. If it's been verified that they've done an intake, okay, you can go in to the right. If you've not, then you need to stay in the left. Because they'll say, oh yeah, I did it. Well, they did it 3 years ago. You got to do it again. Because, well, I do this every year. You got to do it again. But ideally what we do is, just try to make it as welcoming as possible, but let them know it's going to be a process, and to please be patient with us. And if, we need to take time with absolutely everybody to make sure that we get the necessary information to let them in the facility. What we would have them do then, with as many staff as possible, okay, we spread out, you over here, because we try to be mindful of confidentiality, but it is pure chaos. So again, if the weather is nice, perhaps we can do some of that out in the parking lot, maybe, groups of 2 chairs spread out. I don't know. I guess as it gets closer to December 1st, we can problem solve around that. But again, I just let them know up front, this is going to be a process. It's going to take time, but please bear with us and please be patient. For the most part, especially those that have come every year, they know the first couple nights, that's what it's going to look like. Okay, so to go back to the slides, supplies, again, I already talked about this. If we're low, the minute especially if Michael's working 3 o'clock today, let me shoot him a quick text. Hey man, can we get this, and this? Are we still doing the email updates, Mike?
No, since I have everything, I will have access to everything in real time.
And again, like I said about the one, if you got 1 box of tissues or 1 Lysol spray, again, you'll figure out how quickly you go through certain things. So you may look, oh, I got a bag of pens, I'm good for 2-3 days. But if you go through 2 bags of pens in a day, which is kind of excessive, but you see where I'm going with this. You just got to be respectful and of our coworkers, because there have been times I've shown up and there aren't pens or there aren't any more intake packets, especially those first couple of weeks. Mike is real good though about having that stuff in his trunk, or at this point he'll have an office, so on site. But we run out of intake packets those first couple nights pretty quickly, or can run out. So what's the next? Let's see.
I thought you were supplying the ink pen. I thought you were supplying the ink pen.
She doesn't actually go into the office often enough to get us any.
Exactly. I can't get the goods. So I might be able to slide you a box, Yeah, Mike, what are we doing with this Wi-Fi card? Because that thing, please don't give that thing back. That thing did not work.
What? You don't want the Wi-Fi card?
You mean when I gotta,
Um,
while
Right.
Philip's on the laptop, I gotta go stand in the middle of the parking lot with my
Right.
arm in the air, waving it, trying to get a signal? No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
So the county is actually supposed to come in, set our Wi-Fi up, and
Woo.
put in additional hotspots.
Sweet.
So this, I don't know why this slide was left in.
All right. We already talked about tokens. Again, that Sunday, Monday thing. And again, guys, the smart trip, just because, oh, I went and got on the metro and it wouldn't take my card. Probably because it's only for the bus. And I'm going to step away for 2 seconds and let you do Google Docs.
So I have not set any of these up besides the one that I sent out with all of the initial paperwork for y'all. The day of, I will have probably 2 computers set up, all of the Google Docs, with direct links from the your home screen. That way it's going to be easy. As far as Google Docs, I need as much information and put into the Google Docs in real time, especially anything that says that, this item is going to one of the churches, like meal counts, head counts, how many snack bags you're giving out, how many, coffee cups we're using, that kind of thing. Because again, the churches are supplying us with all of the food related items. So that includes the actual food, snack bags, utensils, cups, anything that they need to have food and drink there. All right, so with me being on site as much as I'm going to, it's not going to be as important to upload stuff directly into a Google Doc as far as client information. However, do not be surprised if at 10 p.m. I shoot y'all a text and be like, hey, I need you to email me the updated bed list. The bed list is going to be a fillable PDF form. I do not want any handwritten bed lists because I know my handwriting sucks. Y'all aren't going to be able to read that. And if you're writing something in a hurry, it's going to be messy. I will be in contact with y'all quite a bit, especially when it comes to the bed list. The bed list must be accurate. If you think someone's leaving the site, hey, are you coming back? And you would take them off of the bed list.
Speaking of bed lists, I'm sorry, I might have missed it. How are you doing the bed list? Because I know, like for the shelter bed list, you say, okay, client John Doe is in bunk 13. How are you going to do that with people laying on the floor?
It would just be give me one. We'll go over the bed list. I will walk y'all through that. All right, going back to what Sarah said earlier, there are going to be people that say, I don't have to do this. I've already done it. Well, when did you do it? 5 years ago. Well, no, you have to do a new intake packet. There will be no dinner only coming into the facility. If they say I'm just here for food, if we have extra food, you will hand it to them. I'm sorry, you cannot come in and eat.
Well, and maybe Mike, we can also print out the flyer for hot meals, because some of our hot meals guests, we serve meals in Fairfax Circle 365 days a year between the hours of 6 and 7. And so perhaps most of them know that, because a lot of our hot meals guests do come, they're dinner only. They're either housed but can't afford food, or they live in their cars and they come for dinner and food. And so that there may be some folks that show up, especially those first couple weeks, thinking, oh, well, Facets is still doing dinner. But maybe if we have those flyers reminding them, although most of them know about hot meals.
Yes, I can print some of those out and hand it out. Same with the shelter list. Someone brought up earlier, you know, what do we do if someone needs accommodations we can't handle? What you would get them to do is call one of the shelters, get them to do an intake. And as soon as a bed opens up, hopefully their name would come up quickly. Something else we're going to be doing this season, and I don't have all of that paperwork, so I didn't attach it, is we will be doing high risk assessments for any guest that comes to Hypo. What the high risk assessment is, so it's a questionnaire asking their basic medical history. And then if we can get documentation of, let's say, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart conditions, cancer, did I mention diabetes? Any of those, potentially they could get into one of the isolation hotels. All right, so all shifts are going to be responsible for entering data into the Google Docs. There will be some items that you can just, you know, send me an email, bed list being the main one. Any information that you collect for intake, it needs to be as accurate as possible, because we report this information to the county, who reports it to HUD. So the bed list is one of those daily items that has to be, you know, done correctly. This is a night by night shelter, so it follows different rules than normal shelters would, because it is an emergency shelter. All right, so incident reports, any major incidents should be recorded. Any physical altercations, ambulance being called, police being called, anything major that should be reported not only to management, but also the county, should be done on an incident report that I would fax to our contract monitor with the county.
And Mike, I'll go ahead. I'll go when you're done.
All right. So for that, it's actually going to be a Google form. You would, you know, open the form, put in all the information that it's requesting. I would then copy and paste it onto a incident report and send it out. Be very detailed when doing an incident report: who, when, where, why, how, anything done to resolve the issue. Sarah and John Doe got into a verbal argument. John Doe cussed Sarah out. Another staff member stepped in to de-escalate the situation. Incident occurred at 7:15 p.m. on November the 7th. You know, the more information I have, the better decision I can make. So let's say this individual gets into another verbal altercation with staff the next day. However, that altercation is not reported. And then, 2 days later, you have to call the police because it escalated to that point. I would come back and ask, well, why wasn't an incident report done before you called the cops? Why do I only have one incident report saying that this gentleman has been an ongoing issue?
Well, what if there's an incident to where people are fighting and you haven't had a problem with them before, but you had to call the police on them because they were fighting? Since it's low barrier, is there anything that would ban a client from the facility?
I think that's like 2 slides away, but yes, there are rules and procedures put in place to either ban them for the entirety of the season. But before I can ban someone from the entire season, I have to go back to my contract monitor at the county and explain why this is the only solution to the problem. So the more incident reports I have, the easier it is to say you cannot come back.
So basically what you're saying is before they can be banned from the facility, there has to be some sort of paper trail supporting what you're trying to do overall.
Correct. So let's say an individual, the police are called because there was a physical altercation. Neither party wants to press charges on the other. You tell both of them to leave in the presence of the cops. They refuse to leave from the site. At that point, the police are going to ask you, do you want to trespass this individual? At that point, you would contact me. I would get a few more details from you, find out which 2 individuals are fighting. I would give you guidance on, all right, tell them both they're not allowed back on site for a week. They still refuse to leave. I would say, yes, go ahead and trespass.
Will there be security on site? Not saying that I need it, but I'm just saying to make everybody feel safe.
Yes, there will be security on site. However, security is going, Sarah, you can speak to this. Security is going to look to us to make decisions.
So we kind of use them, especially in the IQ shelters, as kind of like a reinforcement. Just kind of have, like you said, that safety presence. In the past years, it's probably going to be a shock to some of our repeat guests that there is security on site, because to date, we have never had security on site. We do have one church that we utilize out in Vienna, and one of the parishioners is a cop, and sometimes he shows up in uniform, conveniently. And we also have a church out in Reston area too. But anyway, so we typically have never had security on site. So that will be new for them this year. But again, because ultimately it's about relationships. You're going to be seeing these people day in and day out for several months, and especially those of us at the IQ, more than several months. And so it's building that rapport and that relationship with them, so that when you are trying to redirect them, that it's a respectful confrontation and something that de-escalates, which is a whole nother training, versus escalates the situation. But to piggyback off of Michael, it is better to do an incident report than not. And the way that Mike has set up these incident reports, it doesn't get any easier. I remember, I'm not even good. They used to be very difficult and not fun to do. And you were taking pictures of them and sending it. But you do have to create that paper trail, because the county doesn't ever want to be the ultimate decider, or we or Mike or whoever doesn't ever want to be the ultimate decider to put somebody out, and God forbid something happens, something bad happens to that individual. But we do have to set expectations and boundary limitations to what we're willing to tolerate within the facility. So it may be something like you said, Drew, like, oh, this is the first time, or whoever said, this is the first time this has happened. Even if the cops are not called, let's say, I've had to do an incident report because he's staring at me from across the room. And I feel some type of way about that. And I'm about to say something about that. Well, by taking legitimately 60 seconds to do an incident report, if that then a month from now escalates into something further, we know it's not. John has come to me 50 times and told me that Sam is staring at him from across the room, or Sam will walk by him and make a passive aggressive threat or something to that nature. If we have that documented paper trail, then when something goes down, we're going to know it wasn't John that started it, that Sam has been instigating the whole time. And we can go to the county and say, here, this is the evidence that we have that this has been an ongoing issue. And so it may seem like an isolated one-time situation, but ideally, or you never know how that's going to pan out for the next shift or next week. And so it's better to just, again, do a very detailed, but it is a quick process, detailed incident report. So there is that, because the county a client can turn your shift into a 3-ring circus on a continual basis, and the county will be like, no, where's the pay? Well, okay, well, that happened. Just like Mike said, that happened, but we didn't get notification of that. Or, well, where's the documentation supporting that? And our shift logs are not, they're not going to get our shift logs, but they'll get those incident reports.
No, I was only asking because John and I, we used to work at Bally's, and that right there, people used to bring guns, knives, all types of stuff, hypothermia. So yeah, that's the only reason why I was asking that question.
And on the rules, and we'll look at the rules at some point, but on the rules, you are not permitted to have weapons on property. We know that a majority of them do carry pocket knives. Sometimes when they lay down on their mat and you're doing rounds, whoops, slipped out, knives slip out, bottles of whiskey slip out, all kinds of things slip out of the pockets where you lay on your mat. And so at that point, again, you have a choice. You can either turn that into me and then I can give it back to you when you leave off the site, or you can leave off site with it. So it's you're giving them that choice. You're putting the power back in their hands. But yeah, we can't pat them down. We can't search them. But ultimately we're there to keep everybody safe. And so again, that would be a quick incident report, remove knife from Sam. Sam turned over knife, but then let's say, down the line, Sam pulls his knife out. Well, we can ban Sam because we've got this history of Sam being redirected for not bringing his knife into the facility. Or any other type of contraband for that matter.
Drew, if you work at Bailey's, you can work anywhere.
Ain't that the truth?
Exactly.
You survived.
But you know how to
To
come
the
into
other
the
side.
shift and set the tone. I can tell that Drew can come into the shift and set the tone. So I guarantee you that won't even happen.
Exactly.
So we're not doing the evening shift reporting summary. In the past, at the end of our shifts, we've sent over an email to the on-call management to let them know how the shift went in summary. And then the next slide is for overnight shift reporting. Again, we did the same. It's a blessing, Michael, although I don't know how much of a blessing Michael will call it, but it's a blessing Michael will be on site.
But again, I will blow your phone up. If there's something on the bed list because I will ask y'all to send that to me repeatedly, because my bed list is due at 7 a.m. So the more that I can get onto that bed list between the hours of 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. when I stop working for the evening, hopefully, the less I have to do when I wake up at 7 a.m. to submit that. So there's going to be times that I'm like, hey, I need the numbers. Kennedy wants to send someone over. Do we have space? I have to be in contact with all 4 of the human services regions as well as the county on a nightly basis to give them an update of our numbers between, at some point between 8 p.m. and midnight.
We already talked about that. So the next part is bedding. We've kind of already reviewed that. And because they're going to be in stationary locations versus it used to be when we would close up shop every morning, they would have to turn in their bedding and their mat. And then in the evening, they would come and retrieve that. But because they are not now, Mike, speak to this. If a guest is saying, oh, well, I'm going to stay with my brother in Maryland for a week, will we have a location for them to then put their bedding in that sack, the bag with their name on it?
So if they're going to be gone and laundry is coming up,
Oh, true.
you would just get rid of their bag and put it with the dirty laundry. Any personal items that they leave, however, that is subject to be thrown away. And like I said, we will be, anytime that we have to make a decision on someone's belongings, we would physically open their, let's say it's a backpack, we would open that up, we would inventory it, we would write everything down that is in that backpack. And then 3 days later, they don't show up, we would throw it away.
And guys, the inventories are super important because we've had guests returning to our IQ shelters right now saying, oh, I had 5 phones, or I'm exaggerating, but oh, I had this, oh, I had that. And if you are partnered up with a coworker and you guys go together, like to do that inventory, that's your checks and balances, because we get some crazy, oh, I had this, I had that. No, you didn't. And it is what it is. So it's good to have that checks and balance.
How many did you say is gonna be on the shift at night? I was just thinking that's gonna be like 150 blankets for
Yes,
laundry.
a lot of blankets.
So you should have 3 people overnight, at least 3 people per overnight shift.
Okay.
I had a quick question. What if you suspect guests of storing contraband in their sleeping bags and their blankets or whatever? What do you do about that?
So the blankets are Facet's property. If they store something in their blanket bag, we have the right to open that and look in there. If it's personal belongings, so if you notice that they go into the bathroom, they've been in there for 20 minutes, they walk out and you notice signs of intoxication, you can pull them to the side and ask them to show you what's in their bag. No, I don't have to do that. Well, sir, you were in the bathroom for 20 minutes. You went in there. You seemed normal. You walked out. You're stumbling around. What did you do while you were in there?
But can they refuse?
They can refuse, and you can make a decision on whether or not it's a safety concern.
And again, that's where those incident reports come in handy, because if there's been a repeated pattern of other facilitators identifying behaviors, then that makes it easier for Mike and the county to piece together a puzzle versus, you saying, well, damn, am I being suspicious or do I have some, and you have an awareness that, 3 of your coworkers have also observed this behavior over the last 2 weeks. Well, then that's way more evidence than just an isolated incident.
So again, I say, is it a safety concern? Yes, do the incident report. But however, if they just go back to their mat and they fall asleep, granted, walk by every couple of minutes or whatever you need to do to make sure they're still breathing normally. But if they're not being loud and belligerent, let them do what they're going to do.
And Drew, your backup to that is that key line, and we use it frequently. You sign rules saying you would not be disrespectful or disorderly. So we are a low barrier shelter. We have people in the facility that are addicts and potentially actively on something. But as long as they're not being disruptive or disrespectful, we're very limited in what we can do. We do have Narcan on site at all times. And in fact, in the IQ shelters, we even remind our guests that say you notice that 3 people have friended an individual that is showing signs that they may be, or you know that they are a user, then you might just casually mention to the friends, hey, we've got Narcan. And I tell all as the folks are checking in our lobbies and our IQ sites, strike up I'm not like, hey, we got Narcan. Hey, we got Narcan. But just in try to web it into conversation so that God forbid something does happen, it'll be hopefully a light bulb that goes off for them. Oh, Sarah said they had Narcan at the front desk. Sarah said that they had Narcan downstairs, so that we don't ever want any ill to fall on any of these folks. So if we can just let it be known, because it's a real issue. Also, Mike, can you speak to open containers and what we're going to do? In the past, guys, we've had issues with creativity. Our guests would leave out of the facility, go to McDonald's, get a cup of coffee, not McDonald's, 7-Eleven, get a cup of coffee, dump out the coffee, get a coffee cup, dump out the coffee, and put in an adult beverage of choice, and then walk right back into our program and just sit there and have a good old time, violating the rules of drinking alcohol on the property. Or they would have this, I don't know if y'all can see my video, but the little refillable water bottles. In the past, we have been trying very diligently not to let those into the facility, but it is very, very hard. So I don't know, Mike, if you want to speak to that.
What do you do about the dealers? I'm sorry to interrupt, but the dealers, because I know the K2 dealers, they love to come up in there and try to,
honestly, it's presence, constantly walking the floor, sitting down at the tables and chatting them up. And really, that's all you can do, because we're low barrier. It's just having that keen eye and again, passing that on to the next coworker, like, hey man, keep an eye out. We have folks that swap pills with one another. It's not even just the street drugs that are out there. They swap pills, they swap alcohol, they swap everything. They use a barter system a lot of the time. So yeah, it's just being super. If they think, oh, well, I know Drew, he comes back here every 15 minutes on the 15 minutes, then I know I got that window of opportunity. So really it's just having that presence on the floor, and striking up relationships, striking up conversations. Cause I'll tell them, hey man, you want to drink? Off site. I'm not judging you. Off site, not in here.
Yeah. No, if there's suspicion of using something in the building, have that conversation with them. And if you feel you need to, tell them to leave. Philip, do you want to talk a little bit about how you would prep laundry?
Okay, on laundry, yes. I guess this year are you only going to do it just one time a week? We were doing it twice, but it was at 2 different churches.
So it will be one morning for the site.
Okay, so if it's that Tuesday morning or that Wednesday morning, sometimes we used to get them up a little earlier because each blanket needs to be shaken out in front of you and bagged up in the net bag. So if you're talking about, Stu, that we're gonna have more, you can have up to 150 blankets that need to be shaken out. And I would say you got 30 minutes to get, well, they're not leaving us at 7.
Yeah, but there would be a cutoff on when we could give the laundry to whoever's picking it up. So
and
if they say that,
but at least it won't be that mass exodus.
Yeah.
That's true, but I just thought about the driver gonna be there at a certain time. So you still probably only have 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because the driver gonna be there to pick it up.
So, I mean, with any luck, the laundry services would come at like 9 a.m. So you're not kicking anyone out.
Okay.
You're not saying, hey, I have to have your blankets right now. So I'm trying to push for a later time on laundry pickup.
And that is true, but for me, if I'm working that night shift and I'm getting off at 8 o'clock, I feel that night shift should have all those blankets up and not leaning that to the next shift.
Well, and that's typically what we've done in the past is the night
Right.
shift was responsible for whatever blanket. So let's say we had 20 guests that have exited from Tuesday to Tuesday and haven't returned. So we would go ahead and be proactive and prep those blankets in advance. And then whatever blankets as people are leaving, most of our regulars know what the process is as far as the blankets are concerned, but some of them you do gotta like, come on, especially we've had this issue around holidays where they, it might be a laundry day, but they got to get up and turn their bedding in. So it's just when you have a moment to do announcements the evening before, just say, hey guys, remember 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, or well, if pickup is 9 o'clock, I would say 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, your blankets got to be turned in. And so going ahead and just giving them that heads up that this is coming. And so in the morning, it's not like, I didn't know, you'll still get that, but at least it's giving them that heads up like, hey, somebody's going to be coming around snatching your blankets if you don't responsibly hand them in.
And the majority, like you're saying, is already prepared and ready. Might get a little problem with the younger guests, because they like to stay up at night and don't get up in the morning, but we'll get through that.
So speaking of that, Philip, the majority of our older hypo guests are in the isolation sites. So we are expecting a younger crowd this year.
I'm
Oh.
afraid.
Okay. And I mean, and the majority of the youngers, we didn't have a lot of problems. They just like, I guess like any younger generation, they prefer to stay up at night and a little rough in the morning, but we'll get through it. And then once you shake the bags out and you put the label, do we still have a form that you're going to
Yes, that will be one of
the
the,
laundry verification form?
yeah.
Yeah, and that was one of the ones that was attached and sent out. And basically, guys, we'll go over that. It's pretty brief though. It's just saying that there's no contraband it's just blankets in the bag.
Correct. And you signing that saying that it's a truth. Because in the past, I think we have had some errors that, especially because they were going to the jail and the jail was finding lighters. And I guess they saying, how are these lighters getting inside the jail? And realized it was coming through the laundry. So we have to make sure that none of those contrabands are going if we're using the jail service.
I can go ahead and tell you now that it will not be the jail.
Okay.
They've already told us no.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, I can understand that if I was the head of the sheriff and contraband is getting past my facility and inside, that is dangerous. But we made sure last year nothing went out. Everything was clean. And then we get them all bagged up and ready for the driver in the morning. So on that laundry day that night, that morning can get very busy. Because they're asking for tokens, you can be giving out. So it can get very busy that morning. Breakfast, everything going on, but once you get the hang of it, everything will be good.
All right. I think the next slide is still more about blankets. And and we may have a little bit, I will say we will prayerfully have better regulation of the heat. Somebody's always gonna be hot and somebody's always gonna be cold. And so, I'm cold, can I get an extra blanket? Again, it's the issue of like the same thing with mats. I don't want somebody coming in at 3 o'clock in the morning in need of a place to stay, and I ran out of blankets because Susan's got 4. And so we just, again, just respectfully say, I understand that you may be cold. Do you have an extra layer of clothes that you could put on or something? Because we can only give you 2. And so they'll try, but we just remind them that unfortunately, and they sign, that is part of the rules.
So yes, we have better control over the heating and cooling.
Yay!
But I am going to say I run a little bit warm. So at 10 o'clock when I come in and it's, 97 degrees in the site, I'm going to say, what the hell? Just, be reasonable because, there are people that do run a little bit warmer. So if you need an additional heat source, I can bring y'all a heater to keep near the front door. This is mostly me. So on call, just be reasonable if you have to give me or the other person that has yet to be determined as the other on-call staff. Just, yeah, if you have to call the police or an ambulance, let us know. Otherwise, think about whether or not it can wait until in the morning. I don't mind getting woken up. However, if it's not a big deal and y'all can handle it, just take care of it. When you need to call, if you call 911 for any reason, yeah, go ahead and give me a call or a text message. If there's a chance that you have to ban or suspend someone from the program and you don't know how to handle that, give me a call.
And two, to add, if a guest calls 911 or the police, we also, because what happens is EMT, fire, and and police, they notify the county when they come to our site. And so the county then expects a subsequent incident report. So even if, like, for example, on rounds, you happen to be outside and you see a guest talking to a police officer, at that point, you need to kind of go over and check out what's going on, because the police are going to document that they came to the Hypo site. And so whether, you could say, well, I went over, guest refused to engage, police drove off 5 minutes afterwards, and guest came in and didn't say anything. But that's at least letting the county know that we knew that there was a police officer, ambulance, whatever on site.
Capacity, we're not 100% sure what that's going to look like. The health department still has additional guidelines they want to look at the site. And if you're low on major supplies, tokens, blankets,
PPE.
Especially PPE this season. Most circumstances, calling should be a last resort. If it's like a minor dispute with the guest, questions that aren't urgent, other things that you believe can wait until the next day, should not be a reason to call me at 3 a.m. Please think it through before you make the decision to call. If you feel like you need to call, that's what I'm here for. I recognize that, there's going to be more questions throughout the first couple of weeks until you get comfortable with the site. So the health department, our contact with the health department currently is Nurse Rita. She is with the Fairfax County Health Department. She will be on site at least 2 days. I'm coordinating with her on times. Guests can also go to the Lamb Center on Tuesdays and Thursdays to talk to her. And if needed, she will be on call until at least 11 p.m. every night. And I will get all those important phone numbers documented for y'all.
So in the past, not to cut you off, Michael, some of our guests have gotten used to us being their Tylenol, Advil, cough syrup, especially cough drops. having those on site for them. And what we had Tums, and Nurse Rita does supply some of that for us.
Yeah.
But really what we ask them is not to have it be an ongoing basis, that if they think that they're sick, especially when it comes to like the Tums and the Pepto or cough related issues, especially during COVID, we strongly encourage them that they need to go collaborate with the nurse, or we have to get the nurse out there, because a lot of our guests, especially some of our old, not older as in 65 and up and are currently in our IQ sites, but some of our middle-aged, I guess I should say, guests have the smoker's cough, the smoker's hack. And in previous years, it was, oh, I'm not sick. It's because I smoke, or it's because I have, whatever. And so trying to decipher, do they really just have a smoker's cough, or, something else going on? But sometimes we will offer them the cough drops in the middle of the night because they're hacking and keeping everybody else in the bed space awake. Are we going to have that? Well, because I know Facet's provided like, that giant thing of Tylenol and.
Well, yeah, Nurse Rita will give us what we can spend as far as medication in our budget.
And guys, they will show up to you and be like, I need 4 Tylenol. I need 6 ibuprofen. We only give them the recommended dosage for them being an adult. If you need 6 Tylenol because that's what you need to deal with whatever your ache and pain is, you don't want to be that person that and not saying that 6 Tylenol would be an overdose, but we're not medical providers. We're not medical people. And so we just stick to, this is what it says. This is what you're getting.
Do we allow them to have like NyQuil on them or no?
Oh, they can have whatever medication.
Or anything. I was about to ask that. Can they have, because we won't be facilitating medication.
No.
So they are allowed to keep their own personal medication on them?
That's not
Yes,
good.
they're not required to turn medication in upon entry at the shelter. We will not actually take that medication unless it's insulin and has to be refrigerated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they keep everything on their person. And for the most part, like they'll run to 7-Eleven and go get NyQuil or whatever, or CVS or whatever's close by. Because
you guys are putting an actual refrigerator in the facility?
I'm sorry, say that again.
There should be something there to store the sandwiches or whatever,
Right.
bag lunches.
Yeah,
Right.
that there will be a fridge on site.
Okay.
and what'll be again a blessing this year is in the past, John Doe would leave out of the facility and forget that his insulin was in our refrigerator, and then it would become somewhat of a crisis type situation, or us as staff trying to remember before John Doe leaves, we have his medication, so that will be somewhat helpful. But again, it could be an issue, if you're passing along to the next shift, if John leaves out frequently, John Doe's meds are in the fridge, maybe when he leaves out in the morning, just remind him to take it with him until it becomes a habit, so that we aren't faced with a crisis.
All right, so
We need to change encourage. Mandatory.
mandatory to report any symptoms to a staff member. If you again, there will be a COVID screening questionnaire that everyone will be required to do daily. And yes, face masks are mandatory.
And just speaking from the IQ sites, guys, we have somebody, whether it's security, if we're all off doing rounds, then it's security. If the security's off doing rounds, it's one of us. posted by that front door. And the minute they open that door and they don't have a mask on, where's your mask? Where's your mask? Because they, you know, some of them are super amazing and diligent about it. And other ones, you got to remind them every day or every 2 hours when they're coming in and out. So you, for the most part, especially with the guests that you guys will be seeing, I have been seeing them at hot meal sites in the evenings. For the most part, a majority of them are extremely respectful of the fact that they know that they have to keep that mask on. Some of them have the habit of they've got the mask on, but the minute they want to talk to you, they pull that mask down, and you just got, hey man, can you pull that back up for me? So sometimes they'll have it on, but they'll forget to pull it up. But for the most part, I can say for hot meals and that catchment area that you guys will be receiving guests from, they're pretty good about it.
If someone is presenting with symptoms that appear to be serious, if you feel that it warrants, go ahead and call 911, get a ambulance there. The guest does not have to go with the ambulance. However, it's better to have them checked out versus something happening in the middle of the night. Staff members should never transport a guest in their own vehicle. So unless there is a facets transport available and at the site, a guest should never be transported by staff.
Now, Mike, are we going to have landline service there or no?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. Well, and the only reason why I bring that up is because sometimes in the past, the guests would call the church and be like, oh man, the bus has stopped running. Can I get a ride out there? Now, obviously, when it was pre-COVID, it was a little bit different. But they'll call and try to be like, hey man, I'm stranded. And unfortunately, we can have them call non-emergency dispatch, especially if the temperatures are freezing. The police will pick up and then drop off folks to our site. But that's really their only choice. And I don't know how willing the cops are going to be this year to do that. Although, depending on the temperature, they're required to get homeless individuals to a safe space.
The county and myself have not yet had that discussion, what that's going to look like this year. The Lamb Center is going to post the location and a phone number that they can call to try to get transportation, which will probably be one of the case manager's Google number. So we have to follow whatever the fire marshal as well as the health department says our capacity will be. And it's very important to stick with that. If we hit capacity and we still have people trying to get in, it would be important to call me at that point. There is currently no overflow at any of the 4 regions. We're still working with the county to figure out what we're going to do in that once that happens.
Mike, in the past, the capacity consists of sleeping area.
Say that again.
In the past, the fire marshal consists of capacity in the sleeping area. So if you're saying that you can't have more than 50 guests, they were saying 50 guests, I thought, was in the sleeping area.
Yeah, but it's going to look a little bit different at this site than it would at one of the churches.
Okay.
So if the health department and the fire marshal says that even though the site that we're looking at is extremely large, we can only host 60 people no matter what, then we would have to be able to figure out a way to space everyone out and keep social distancing guidelines in place to sleep them.
And that's the difference between this year and last, years past, because it's been really the fire marshal. How many people can we can get out of this facility in a safe manner if a fire were to break out? And so that's how they determine capacity. Where's the fire exit? Where are they sleeping? Things like that. But now we have the health department and the social distancing factors involved that kind of, change that up.
Yeah, that's true. Because we used to, when we reached capacity, and if it's 2 or 3 in the morning, we used to let them sit up in the chair.
Right.
It's hard to get somebody to another facility at 3 in the morning.
So I will tell you that this is a large open space.
Okay.
It's an old store and it's a warehouse. The way that this store was when it was a store is it had that warehouse feel to it. So essentially it's like an empty warehouse almost.
Is there any way we could do like a walkthrough to see, what we're up against, what we're going to be dealing with to better?
As soon as they give me the go ahead, I can send you photos and videos of the site. I've already kind of broken it down in my mind. Quarantine will be left-hand side of the building. We should be able to place 6 people in that area safely. And then the dead center of the store would be like the eating area. We could set several tables up, space it out. We have a large back room that we could use for storage of food, bedding, mats, anything like that. And then we have the area we would set up as the kitchen, and then 1 case management room, and then 2 case management rooms, and somewhere to store staff belongings.
Now, Mike, if we could, I guess, just clarify. So typically the individuals that we would quarantine or isolate would be those individuals coming in with stomach viruses, those individuals coming in with that report head lice, and those individuals coming in reported any type of flu symptoms. Now with COVID, it changes a little bit. So I don't know, will we quarantine all those individuals so let's say we have somebody that's coughing and they're just saying, oh, I have the flu. Will we put flu-like / COVID possible symptom individual in the same area as we're doing the people with the stomach bug and the head lice, and I can't think of anything else that might be contagious, but you know where I'm going with this.
So my plan, if the health department allows it, they would not be slept in the same room.
Okay.
Right. So we would have to partition it off so they're not in contact with each other.
Okay. Because it's not often, the head lice thing hasn't come up, I don't think, in years, but the stomach bug thing has come up. And again, it's about observation, because some of them are not going to come to you and report it. And luckily with COVID, I hope people's hygiene has improved. And I don't know, Mike, if there's any procedures that we're looking at currently in our IQ sites. We as facilitators are wiping down high touch areas on a 2-hour basis. So bathroom handles, pins, anything that you think that you might touch or somebody else might touch. I know for me, I'll wipe down the microwave at the facility I currently work at. The outside, the buttons and everything. So I don't know if there's a procedure or thought to put in place for this particular site. But I know at one point, I don't know if it was last year before last, whenever, that a stomach bug had started. And so, that's when we increased our diligence of wiping down high touch areas, because we had a handful of guests that were experiencing, stomach aches and diarrhea and all kinds of not fun stuff. And we didn't want to continue the spread through amongst the rest of, our clients, our guests.
And I have a question. Would they be able to shower in this facility?
No, we would be transporting them to another location.
Okay.
So Mike, again, I don't know if you want to come up with a similar procedure like we're doing at IQ's sites to do wipe downs.
Yes, we're working with the health department to determine whether or not it's every 2 hours or if it should be every 30 minutes, how often the bathroom should be cleaned. We as staff, we will be cleaning.
Majority.
Yeah.
I have my plumbing certificate. Y'all, I got my plumbing certificate working this program. I've done some things. I've seen some things. I told Michael I need a raise. It ain't happened yet, but that's okay. You get all kinds of certificates you didn't know you were going to get.
What?
We will have a cleaning service come in. I believe it's 2 days a week to do a more thorough clean, but high traffic areas should be wiped down constantly. I'm waiting on specific guidance from the health department because they keep changing their mind on how often things should actually be wiped down.
Yeah, we're not going to Bailey's then.
Nope. And this season, there will be no transferring to other sites. So again, we're still working with the county to figure out what we need to do to ensure no one's sleeping outside. All right, so coverage. If you're unable to work your shift, let us know as soon as possible. Ultimately, you are going to be required, once the schedule is posted, it's usually, I'm working on the schedule constantly. I generally finalize the schedule for like 2 weeks, and then I'm making changes to the following weeks. So the quicker I know you're unable to work something, the better off it will be. However, I understand emergencies happen. I need to know, like, say you're going out of town for some reason, something happened, you have to leave. I need to know at least, 3 days in advance that, you have to take a day off for something that came up. However, if an emergency happens, I will find your coverage or come out to the site and cover your shift. That makes sense?
Yes.
And I can say in the past, and Philip and Augustus, you guys can chime in. I think that when the group chat, whether it's on the app that we currently are using or just a phone tech group chat, typically I haven't experienced a whole lot of issues where if something comes up and you get on that group chat and you're like, hey, can anybody work my shift? 5 to 1 or whatever the shift is. People are generally helpful. I don't know that it's been a massive issue over the years with, knowing it, hey, next Saturday, I want to, go do something. Is somebody willing to cover my shift? And usually somebody steps up to the plate, or you swap out shift. I'll work your Saturday if you work my Friday night or something like that.
So true.
And we got a good supervisor, Mike is.
Now I'm losing him.
I know he's outstanding because I have worked a lot of shelters, and when he says supervisor come in, he comes in He had to fill me for 2 hours until I got there. Because at the other shelter, those supervisors not coming in. They not filling those shifts.
Yeah.
And we all know that if you worked at the other shelter. They're not coming in for no 2 hours till you get
Non-facets related shelters.
right.
You know how to get my dig.
Ouch.
All right. So any holidays that you work, you will be paid time and a half for.
Is Veterans Day a holiday for y'all?
What?
Is Veterans Day a holiday for facets? No.
That's the 11th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, asking for a friend myself. Because I work. That's all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're closed that day.
Okay.
Sarah,
Well, I will say, guys, you'll love your paycheck. We are famous for pulling doubles on some of these holidays, and man, you get that check, you're like, okay, that was worth it.
Sarah, I think you should throw light on how the work culture at FISA, how we are supportive of each other just to give little relief to the newcomers.
Well, I can't reiterate enough. I know a lot of our team has been kind of disbanded with the IQ shelters that are currently up and running. It is paining me, and I volunteered to do this training today because I wanted to see Augustus and Philip because I've not seen them since we closed our doors on April 1st. I was very blessed to be able to work with Mike at the IQ shelter, but now y'all are stealing him away from me. I feel some type of way about this. But honestly, it's a great team. I couldn't wish for a better part-time job. And is everything always great? No, but that's usually because the powers that be, whether it's the county or the health department or somebody's implemented something that you're like, really? But it's COVID out there, so we just kind of got to go ahead and do it. But I actually not volunteered. I said I wanted to split my time between working hypothermia and working at the IQ shelter because I love the program. I love the staff, the guests, sometimes as much as they pluck my last nerve. I love them. I miss them. I'm used to seeing them every year. And I haven't had that other than seeing them doing hot meals in the evenings. I don't get to see them. So I actually wanted to work both jobs, but because of COVID and the potential of picking up something at one site and possibly taking it to the next site on shift, I've been denied my request. Maybe it'll be reevaluated after I get my shameless plug in right now. But yeah, I will miss my hypothermia team this year for sure. You guys got some great folks. Philip and Augustus, as it seems like a lot of you guys are very knowledgeable, but Philip and Augustus have been around and they are knowledgeable. And Mike's the best.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah.
Look, and well, I was gonna say, I might sneak in as a volunteer, but I guess y'all don't even have volunteers, so. But if y'all need my help, y'all tell Mike, Sarah said that she could come help. And then maybe y'all can get me through the door.
And if y'all do switch shifts with someone, keep me in the loop. The reason for that is when I'm doing the schedule or I'm looking at payroll or, whatever reason. So I look at Paylocity. It says that, someone worked a double that I wasn't expecting. I'm going to be like, did they forget to clock out? What's up here? So just loop me in.
And really, guys, that's something that's simple. For example, Marie was supposed to work this Monday coming up. She texted me the other day and was like, hey, something came up. Do you mind working my shift? That was a text between me and her. I said, yeah, no problem. So what I'm going to do is in a group text, put me, Marie, and our new supervisor since Mike left. And the three of us have that little group chat in that. And most of all of us work more than one job. And so sometimes too, as human beings, we forget. We have a coworker who is amazing and she always steps up to the plate, but sometimes she forgets that she stepped up to the plate. So it's kind of like, oh, here's that text. Remember that text where all three of us said this is what we were going to do. And so two, it kind of, not that that coworker intentionally forgot that she was going to cover your shift, but just to make sure that, you know, that checks and balances is there, like, oh, this person was working this and this person was working that. So just checks and balances, cover yourself, and send that group text out. And Mike's real good about being like, got it, okay, thanks, you know, whatever.
So we are switching to bi-monthly pay periods. So it will run from the 1st to the 15th, and then from the 16th through either the 30th or 31st. So with that being said, let's say the 15th is a Tuesday. You worked Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You would still get paid overtime for any overtime that you work for that week. It would just be on the next paycheck. It's hard to understand. I don't like the new system, but you still get overtime for anything worked after 40 hours within a week. It would just be on the second paycheck. So if your timesheet is not approved by you on the 16th or the 1st, you risk not getting paid. It is very important that everyone signs off on their timesheet saying, yes, these hours are correct. I'm verifying these are the hours that I worked. There are no errors in my timesheet. With saying that, if something's wrong with your timesheet when you go to approve it, you let me know. I'll go in, I'll fix it. If you miss a punch, if you forget to clock in or out, please let me know as soon as you realize, because it is extremely time consuming to go in and fix 15, 20 missed punches. All right. So the safety to you and our guests, we take this very seriously. Possible reasons for termination: repeated complaints by coworkers or guests. I'm not saying if John Doe comes to me and says that Sarah's been harassing him and cussing him out, I'm not just taking his word for it. But if both John Doe and Jane come up to me and they're like, well, Sarah's been cussing us out, I'm going to, put a little bit more stock in that. And if I have 10 different people coming to me saying the same exact thing, then we have problems. I do understand that guests are going to have problems with certain staff members. I get cussed out pretty much daily. There are clients that I work with that do not like me for whatever reason. So, I'm going to be reasonable when a guest comes to me and report something. However, if several coworkers come to me and say that, Edwina is sleeping on shift, then that I'm going to take a little bit more, pay a little bit more attention to. Being late on a regular basis or not showing up for an assigned shift. If you skip 2 shifts in a row, call out for 2 shifts, it's a constant issue. I will drop your hours to like 1 day a week. Again, I understand things happen. had an issue with a gentleman last season that, you know, he kept getting other people to take his shifts and then got upset when I took him off the schedule. So I got to do what I got to do to keep this program running. If you're not showing up, then I've got to figure out a solution. Not enforcing the rules and guidelines or following policy and protocol. As Sarah said earlier, it's better that we're all on the same page. That way, if we're all telling the guests the same exact thing, that they're going to let the issue or situation go.
And Mike, not to cut you off, one of the things I can say over the years is that not to keep tooting Mike's horn, but there are some guests. We had a guest last year, a female guest that had some very significant mental health issues. And for whatever reason, I believe it was me and possibly one other colleague of mine, she really targeted us and was constantly, you know, telling other guests, telling volunteers, telling her case manager, who may or may not have been Mike, but long story short, she complained constantly about the injustices that I, for example, was causing her, and these god awful things I was doing to her and how mean I was. And so one of the things I can say is, if you know, we're going to be with these folks a whole lot for several months. It's better to use Mike as a third-party facilitator, to have that dialogue with that guest, to try to open up that relationship to be geared more positive. And astonishingly enough, I believe, how many times I think we sat down with this one particular, actually it was a female guest and then a male guest that likes to make sexual comments. Mike, you know, we sat down, we had this discussion, we cleared the air, and granted, the female, for example, because of her mental health, I think that conversation stuck with her for about a week, and then it reverted right back to Sarah is this god awful person. And so Mike came back in again, and we sat down again. Mike talked with her. We mended the air, so to speak. And so if you do have these rifts with, because some of these clients, it's that transference. They don't like me because I remind them of their mom or their PO, or, you know, who the therapist that made them talk about their, I don't know. So sometimes there is that transference, and it's just so much easier to try to use a third party, whether it's a coworker or Mike or whomever, to clear the air than it is to have these continued eruptions and outbursts in the public common areas, because it'll happen.
And I want to add that in as much as you want to protect yourself, you also want to not take everything personal that they do, you know, given the challenges they go through. I mean, sometimes they just end their frustration on you. They have called me with names. They had asked me to go back to Africa, all those things, but I don't take it personal. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm not telling you to overlook everything, because you never know which one will be serious. But I just tell you so you can't feel frustrated. You know, that's how it is. And you, if you realize that you're somebody with self-control, after some time they become your best friend. In terms of relating to you, not meaning buddy, yeah.
But Augustus, that's and I think of the male gentleman who has been with us for years, and I see him at Hot Meals, and he would let some of the most vulgar, god awful things come out of his mouth one day, and then the next day he's helping you out dumping trash, or he's helping you, you know, another guest is escalated and in your face, and he's like, come on man, let's go outside and smoke a cigarette. So I mean, unfortunately, mental health is a thread that is woven through a lot of mental health, and substance use is a huge issue for a lot of our folks. And so that guy that's cussing you out one day it might be cool the next day. So that's not just like, I mean, it does get to a point, especially when you've got them repeatedly doing it in common areas around other guests. It does become an issue. So again, I have personally utilized coworkers, because you never know. Augustus might have a better relationship with Sam than I do, and Sam might be a problem child tonight, and so Augustus can go over and help de-escalate. Because let's face it, if I went over and attempted to de-escalate Sam, and Sam and I don't get along, that's probably not going to go too well. So we
Right.
definitely utilize each other, you know, our strengths of one another to get through some difficult situations for sure.
Oh, like you say, we are a team player, and I'm here to serve the guest. But I'm not going to sit on my shift and we're going to talk about Sarah. We're
Oh,
not
no,
going to
we
talk
not.
about my coworker every day, what's going on. That we're not going to do. I will listen to you and I will note it and we will talk to Mike, but I'm here to help you. We're not here to discuss the coworker.
But Sarah
Yeah.
didn't give me 2 blankets or 2 extra blankets last night. Because that's exactly, I've been hated for many things.
Mhm.
Mentioned this earlier, Paylocity requires you turn your location settings on. It will not allow you to clock in or out if they're turned off. The location setting shows me exactly where you punch in or out. Be mindful of your clocking in and out. Do not clock in, 3 red lights away from the facility. Wait till you hit that parking lot.
And a word of encouragement, do clock in as you're walking up to the door, because sometimes the moment your foot steps into that door, you're hit with something and then you realize 3 hours later, oh crap, I never clocked in. Because sometimes the minute you step foot into that facility, something's going on and you gotta assist with it. So there have been times where, things have come up and then you realize hours later, ooh, I didn't get paid.
But Mike, I think it's almost impossible for you to clock in like 3 lights ahead. Your location won't show up.
But you know what? It's not going to be like that, Philip, because we're not at the churches this year.
But in the location still will show the that building and the number.
That's why he said just wait till you get in the parking lot.
That's what I'm
clock.
saying. Because if you 3 lights away, it's not even gonna allow you. Because it's not the location gonna show up.
Oh, I'm not geofencing y'all.
Yeah, I'm just saying from the G, it's not going. I'm just letting the new people know you have to be in the parking lot.
No, you're not geofenced.
Yeah, there's not a fence around the location. There's not a zone that you have to enter into in order to clock in.
Gotcha.
No, you can clock in and out from home. The difference is I'm going to know exactly where you clocked in.
Gotcha.
Well,
definitely.
Sherry is going to know exactly where you clocked in. I don't look at it very often unless, people are constantly late or I've had reports of people leaving early and their timesheets aren't reflecting that. All right, so let's see.
I think really, I don't know if I'm jumping the gun, Mike. So in the past, we've had really awesome detox team come out periodically and just check in with us. I don't know because of COVID that they're going to be popping up and just checking in, but they are operating. And so on that sheet that I was referring to that Mike will get out to you guys, the detox number is on there because a lot of times sometimes the guests will come up to us and be like, hey man, can you call detox for me? Or they're experiencing something and you offer, hey, would you like us to call detox for you? Sometimes by the time detox gets there, if they do have a bed space, they've changed their mind or they've disappeared into the night. But again, we're there to serve them in the moment. And if that's what they're asking for, we do what we can to get detox there.
Gotcha.
And they're a great team, and I'm going to miss them this year because I have a feeling they're not out running the streets looking for people like they have pre-COVID.
All right. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. I will be right back. Sarah, if you can think of anything that's missed, or if everyone needs to go do whatever real quick.
All right, 5 minutes, go.
Nadia.
Mike, did those scans come over okay last night?
Yeah, I didn't look at them.
Well, really, I was going to look at them real quick to see if there was anything important, but really, if honestly, the most helpful document for me what is that important numbers one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get a couple of updated numbers to put in there as well.
Because really, the fire marshal one was just about making sure you have, which is more on management than anything, making sure that the evacuation plans are posted where they need to be, which I'm sure the fire marshal will come in. And then I guess figuring out what, where they meet pretty much in the parking lot. We're not going to really have any carbon monoxide. Are we going to have to do fire watch?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm supposed to have a meeting Tuesday with Fairfax County facilities and our contract monitor.
Okay. Because Nurse Rita never had one that I remember. And then, of course, what's the lady's name from the CSB that Nellie? Was that her name?
Nella.
Nella. She just would come in and talk.
So Nella,
Yes.
with you guys too?
Yeah, because she's part of the outreach team.
Right. Yeah, she worked with me and Andrew at Bailey's.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Really nice lady.
Yeah, I don't know. Have they said that they're gonna? Because so in the past, they would show up, one night a week. Just
did twice a week. Most, I think so. She did it with us at least.
Since COVID or pre-COVID?
From what I've heard, I haven't, heard her. She going there at all.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. With COVID, what they're. COVID changed everybody's routine.
She's a good resource to be able to call. I'm not sure what the county is going to expect for the CSB to come out. I know the health department is required to come out. So you'll probably see Nurse Rita a lot more than one of the CSB workers.
So we got a whole new team?
Pretty much, yeah.
So what, the majority is over at the hotel from last year?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But y'all know if y'all get in a bind, you know my number.
Hint.
Mike gonna say no.
Look, Philip, as much as I don't miss seeing Blake, because he's shown up to Hot Meals a couple times, that's my little buddy.
Blake talks. Oh, I'm not looking forward for Blake right now.
Well, if we can convince Blake to hook up with Nurse Rita or get documentation of his asthma, he will qualify for IQ. But Blake, he didn't understand at Hot Meals, me and Kara, look, this is what you got to do. You got to go. But telling him on a Saturday night that he needs to go to the Lamb Center on Tuesday to talk to Nurse Rita about his asthma, he gonna forget about that 15 minutes after he's telling. So he would qualify. He would qualify if he, just got the documentation. But he needs somebody to kind of help him out. So maybe some of the hypothermia facilitators will be, what's the word I'm looking for? Encouraged to help him get into a shelter.
That we would do.
Mike.
Yes.
Did Eric ever get into a shelter? Have you said?
Yes.
Good. I know you were working on it like a month or so ago. I completely forgot about him.
Yeah. He's in.
One of those type situations, huh?
Yeah.
Mental health, substances. It's a challenge.
So how many y'all have at the hotel?
Well, Philip, most of the people that we service through Hypo are out at the Motel 6, Governor's Inn, and what is that, Clarion, I guess. Most of our guys, Healy, oh my God, seeing Mr. Healy with a smile on his face, walking around in a pair of shorts and his church shoes. Oh my God, he's hilarious. But yeah, they're all in. That's why it didn't dawn on me. But when Mike said it might be a younger population, because you remember Mike Yu, I forget what he went by. That wasn't his name.
Right.
Really, always smiling. Kind of a slightly more than the average build Asian man.
Mm-hmm.
So nice, so nice. He's at one of the shelters too. So most of our older folks, I'm trying to think, is Nathaniel still over at the Governor's Inn?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a blessing.
But he had his own place.
Oh, he didn't want it. He wouldn't sign the lease.
Okay, you keep him on your end this year.
Right now we have about 68 people at the hotel.
Whoa. Yeah, keep him on there then. And he's still taking that suitcase around?
Yes. You know it. You know it.
Don't get me, Mike.
All right.
Look, just call me up there. I'll de-escalate him. Either that or he'll cuss me out and throw a temper tantrum.
Okay, is he talking now? I got one more question. Is he talking?
Oh, you talking about Nathaniel?
Yeah.
No. He's
He's still not talking.
Because when we drop off extra hot meals, he'll go, here, have a good day.
Yeah, we're going to keep him over there.
All right. So this is one of the pieces of the intake that everyone's going to be doing. This year, I am adding who's actually sitting down with the individual and explaining the form with them. So as far as behavior, they're all agreeing to be respectful towards other guests and staff at all times. They're not going to be yelling or being disruptive. They're not using threatening, rude, abusive, noisy, or loud behavior. They're not going to be using obscenities, foul language, racial slurs, or other inappropriate language. They will be fully clothed at all times. Everyone will be wearing all clothing, and they're not engaging in any illegal activities, including panhandling at the site. They're agreeing that they're not going to be in possession of alcohol or illegal drugs. They won't leave the property to purchase alcohol or illegal drugs. This could, if they do, it could result in dismissal from the shelter site. They're agreeing that they have no weapons or firearms, knives, mace, pepper spray, and similar items. If they're sick, they'll notify us. If they have lice, scabies, bed bugs, they'll need to be quarantined. It's not our responsibility to hand out medication. And a facet staff member will assist in connecting to the medical outreach team. And that they can speak to Nurse Rita about medical issues. Bedding bags, we went over that, but the guests are agreeing that they will ensure only our blankets go into those bags. No air mattress. Yep.
Oh, Mike, not to cut you off because the air mattress thing is extremely important, but I was taking a drink of water and didn't catch you under the health section. The other thing too, that if Nurse Rita were with us today, she would have a very awkward conversation with us about the red coolers. These are coolers for stool samples for those guests that are experiencing perhaps stomach issues. I have in many, many years with facets never had anyone be willing to provide a stool sample to us. And the point of that is to determine if there's like an E. coli outbreak in our facility or, you know, what's going on. So like I mentioned a year or two ago, we did have a situation that several people and volunteers and maybe some staff came down sick with a stomach virus. Again, no one wanted to provide a sample, so we don't know the source of how people got. Whether was it just bad food that was made that night, or was there a virus or whatnot? But just know that if you do because we are required to let Nurse Rita know that this is happening, the first thing out of her mouth will be that you have to inform the guests that they should, we cannot make them, but should provide a stool sample so that we can get a handle on a potential outbreak. Super awkward conversation. Again, no one has ever taken me up on the offer, but it's something that we are required to do to slow the spread of what could potentially be a facility-wide situation. Now back to air mattresses and Mike.
Thank you, Sarah, for that nice announcement.
See, awkward, but Nurse Rita's going to do it. And you'll be like, what red cooler? And then you'll be like, I don't want to do that.
So air mattresses will not be allowed at the site. Ultimately, the guests are responsible for their belongings. I mean, if they need to store the belongings, that is up to them. That is a chance they are taking, because we are not taking responsibilities for anything that is left unattended. Ultimately, they are required to get to and from the site on their own. If they leave the property, they agree to sign out and forfeit their space. If I return to the location and capacity has not been reached, they will be allowed to stay. They're agreeing not to engage in any kind of fighting, both physical and verbal. For any verbal or physical altercations, I understand I will be suspended from the program for 1 week. After second incident, that should say third incident, they'll be terminated from the program. Violation of rules are subject to disciplinary action up to and including termination from the program. I understand disciplinary action is not limited to the rules listed above and is at the discretion of the program coordinator, which that would be me. And they're checking saying that they've read and agreed to follow these rules. So, Marshall Lee, are you still on?
Say Marshall?
Marshall Lee.
Oh.
No, I guess she made a run for it.
I'm here.
Oh, do you want to go over the release of information?
Sure. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
So
Hi.
I'm Marshallie, I work closely with the team pretty much to do quality control. So I work closely with Michael and Datra and Heidi and Ibrahim. Okay, so the importance of our release of information form is to ensure that we get approval from our guests to share information on their behalf, or to make referrals on their behalf, or to provide services on their behalf. We are completing or having our guests complete this form, but we're also explaining the fact that this is an authorization to use and exchange information form, and the entities that are listed on this form are the entities that this information will be shared with for two reasons: service coordination and treatment planning. And if you scroll up a little bit, it's listed below, or scroll down, sorry. So service coordination and treatment planning and eligibility determination. You'll also share that this information can be shared in written format, in meetings or via phone, via computerized data or fax, and that this authorization is effective the date that it is signed, and it's effective for 1 year or until you close that service case load. So you will be the person who is actually explaining this form to the guest, and you're gonna sign your name stating that you've explained this form to the guest. And please feel free to share with the guests that they can withdraw this authorization at any point, and that they need to check all of those boxes that are on that form as well. So if they agree to you sharing with, say, Fairfax County Department of Family Services, then they would check yes. If they don't, they should check no. So all of the boxes on this form should be checked, because someone could always come in after a guest has signed this form and check those boxes on their behalf. And we do not want that to happen. So we want them to be very clear on what they're giving permission to do or authorizing us to do on their behalf. They can additionally provide us with, say, contact to a landlord if they should pursue housing options with us. So they have the ability to give us that information. They also have the ability to provide us with an emergency contact and provide us with the name of that emergency contact. There's some recommended places that we would check. We would check the community-based organizations. We would also encourage them to check the housing and community development, because of the fact that our office and this program falls under the Office to Prevent and End Homelessness, and they're under that housing and community development umbrella. So you could also share that we also would like them to give us permission to be able to enter their information in HMIS through the Systems Management for Human Services. So feel free, if you have any questions regarding this form, please let me know.
Hi, this is Crystal. So are you only accepting this version of the release because a lot of the neighboring jurisdictions have their own version? Like we use here in Prince William County where I work for, they use the same form, but we just have like a Prince William County version of it. So are you only accepting the Fairfax version of this uniform release?
Correct. So it will, each organization would have a different release of information. So the health departments is a little bit different than what we utilize. CSB is different. A hospital record would be different than what this would utilize. So yes, we would only accept this as our release of information. So we would utilize this to get information from other organizations.
Okay.
And it's also important, Crystal, to note that because every jurisdiction can use this form. This one is more specific to like the Fairfax County Courts, Falls Church Community Services Board. So it's very specific to the jurisdiction. I use a similar one in another jurisdiction, but it's basically more specific to the services and organizations that are located within that jurisdiction.
Right.
We could potentially have this form on file and say, reach out to an organization and they ask for another release on their particular form. So there's always that. We just need to have this in place to be able to act on behalf of a client and share information more specifically on behalf of a client when we're asked to do so.
Okay, got it.
And it's very important to let them know that if they refuse to fill out and sign this form, then we're unable to offer them any other assistance besides basic shelter needs.
Right.
And we've done this before.
The biggest thing is to ensure that this form is completed properly. So I'll go through the entire form with you. On the first line of this form, it is asking for the full name of the guest. We have some pre-populated already with the self, homeless, and we're asking for the guest's birth date. We're also asking for the guest to check their relationship, and that would be self, because we're dealing with adults. If this was a release for a minor, then we would have the parent check on their behalf. They would also indicate that they want the following confidential information to be exchanged. It could range from the assessment information all the way to their employment records. Then you go further and the following entities that are listed, they would select which entities they would want the information shared with.
I'll let it get to 5%.
And those that they do not want it to be shared with. Any additional information that they want to provide to us, they can fill that in on the lines that are provided that are blank, such as the name of their contact person who they want, if in case of an emergency, to be contacted on their behalf. Then you would go further explaining the service coordination and treatment planning eligibility determination, the fact that you're sharing it in different ways. You would ask where it says this authorization is effective, you'd ask them to complete the date, and the date is the date that it is completed. This authorization is good. We ask you to check other and indicate, so if they did this form, say today, it would be 11/7/2020, and then other would be 11/7/2021.
No.
The time frame. And then you're asking your guest to sign where it says authorizing person and the date. The person who is explaining the form is you. So you would be filling in your name, and then typically on that bottom line, you would sign as the witness to this person signing this form. And you're putting the address and phone number, your address and phone number on that
I don't know how to
sign as well.
Stop. Kenna.
Well, and Marshall, not to cut you off real quick, but guys, sometimes, occasionally, rarely, we do get parents or family members showing up to our IQ sites because they are looking for a missing loved one. If that person is not listed on this consent, we cannot divulge to them whether or not that particular individual is within our facility or working with us. So that's sometimes how I kind of encourage our guests to fill this out, is to say, if there's somebody that, God forbid, something happened, or, you would want us to contact, can I get that, can I get that person's name or number? Because there have been times where people have shown up looking for other people. And if they're not listed on this form, we can't divulge that information to them, regardless of whether we know that person is right behind the door.
Thank you, Sarah.
So the second page, you would put their full name on that line. Y'all would personally ignore the for agency use only. And then you would give them a copy of the back 2 pages. Well, 3 pages. Any questions about a release of information?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, so the inventory log, and again, this is going to be a daily, well, shift-wide piece of paper. So one of the shift members would agree to fill this out and check and see what we have. So you would go in and put, you know, how many tokens you currently have, how many gift cards, miscellaneous gift cards that are in there, number of laptops that are on site. You would inventory Kleenex, hand sanitizer, mask, gloves, wipes, disinfectant spray, the garbage bags, anything that is on site, you would inventory minus the food items. And as far as the tokens go, you would need a very accurate count of that on a daily basis.
Is there a specific shift that should be filling this out, or?
All 3. Because something could happen and we give 2 bus tokens out after the initial shift was, the morning shift did their inventory count.
And really, we would just, at the start of whoever was coming into shift, you know, you get that shift exchange. So let's say 3 or 4 people are coming in, 3 or 4 people are leaving out. You've done that shift exchange. And then it's just like, okay, you know, Drew, you're going to go do rounds. I'm going to go count the trunk, and Edwina's going to man the front desk. Boom. You know, you divvy up what those first, you know, on-site activities are, is what we found to be generally the easiest way.
All right, so this form is going to change a little bit when I shift it over to something you can type up or a Google Doc. So I'm pretty much dropping the second item on here. There's not going to be any hard copies of program items. The only hard copies that you will have is going to be the paperwork filled out by clients. If an incident were to have occurred on your shift, you would have put the time of the incident report. Anything that says staff signature, you're just going to initial. Bed list, again, that's going to be an item that you will be filling out electronically.
Yeah, Mike, we're going to have to add for third shift too, because that was when we only had the 2.
Yeah.
And guys, that's essentially what I was talking about. You kind of look at, I mean, you'll get an idea. You won't even need to look at this to know, okay, well, what do I do on my shift? And then you just divide it up. So, you know, not everybody's doing, or maybe I do everything, you know, this, I do the paperwork this time and you do the paperwork next time we work together, whatever works. Some people love paperwork, some people don't.
Sorry, it's taking me a few to find all of the forms we need to look at.
Were we gonna go over the SPDAT?
Oh yeah, I'm looking for that one right now.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to see what we had here that would be. Mike, are we gonna have, what are we doing by way of, because in the past, we would have that sign up sheet at the front desk where they would sign up if they wanted to meet with a case manager. Are we still gonna do that paper by paper or?
No, the case managers will be walking around.
So
and-
how, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just to say, so I'm an evening shift facilitator and someone comes up to me when they get in at 10 o'clock and says, hey, I want to meet with a case manager. How would I refer them to one of the case managers?
Just make a note of it on the shift log for
Okay.
the morning shift.
Okay.
All right, so the SPDAT tool that we're going to utilize is the Vulnerability Index Service Prioritization Decision Assistance tool. It is a short form utilized for adult-only households, so anyone over the age of 18 would be completing one of these. This identifies the presence of vulnerabilities. The main reason that we utilize this for our single clients, our single adult clients, is to have to understand where their vulnerabilities are coming from and how we can utilize that information to decide their need level and how much assistance they're going to need. So for the VI SPDAT, anytime someone comes into an emergency shelter project, we're required to do a VI with them. So y'all do the paper copy and I would be the one uploading the information into the system. So the training that we're doing today will make y'all able to, this training will show you how to do the utilize the tool and the importance of the tool. The VI should only be done once every 12 months because ultimately not a lot's going to change in that 12-month period. And if someone new comes in and tries to do do this assessment with someone that they've never met and haven't worked with, then there's a larger chance of them not telling us not giving us the entire picture of what's going on with them. All right. So the vulnerability index service prioritization decision assistance tool was developed as a pre-screening tool for communities that are very busy and do not have the resources to conduct a full SPDAT assessment with every client. This tool was made in collaboration with Community Solutions, creators of the Vulnerability Index, as a brief survey that can be conducted to quickly determine whether a client has high, moderate, or low acuity. The use of this survey can help prioritize which client should be given a full SPDAT assessment. Because it is a self-reported survey, no special training is required to use the VI SPDAT. All right, so here is the actual assessment. So you would put your name, the agency, you would check that you are a staff member, the date of the survey, what time you're giving the survey, and where the survey is being completed. Everyone should be utilizing the same kind of opening script. I believe that I sent this out to everyone. Y'all should review it and kind of come up with something that works for you. So the main points that you should hit when you're telling someone what you're trying to do with them: name of the assessor, the organization that you work for, and you would say that you're a staff member with facets. The main purpose of the VI SPDAT being completed, which is to prioritize needs for service. This tool generally takes 7 minutes to complete, and they should be they should utilize mostly yes or no or one word answers to complete this assessment with you. Any question can be skipped or refused. The information will be stored both electronically and in hard copy form. If the participant doesn't understand the question or the assessor does not understand the question, then clarification should be provided. And why it's important to get correct information from the individual that you're assessing, which again leads back to prioritization of services. You would then gather their basic information, first and last name, as well as any aliases they use, what language they're best able to express themselves in, date of birth, age, social security number, and whether or not they can consent to participate.
And Mike, to interject here quickly, if you have the capacity on your phone to download Google Translate, we did not always have the benefit of a Spanish speaking staff coworker with us. And some of our population speak other languages, and we primarily Spanish. And so it takes a while. And sometimes they, have their passport or something they can hand to you. So it makes it a little bit easier for communication to fill some of this information out. But we have had to sit down with them and use Google Translate just to be able to get the information. So it might be something, if you can, to do that in advance, because it is helpful.
Thank you, Sarah. If the individual is older than 60, 60 years of age or older, you would score a 1. You would ask them, where do you sleep most often throughout the year? If they answer outdoors, their car, laundromat, abandoned building, you would score 1. You would ask them, how long has it been since you've lived in permanent, stable housing? As well as in the last 3 years, how many times have you been homeless? So if they say they've been homeless for the last 12 months, you would score 1. And if they've had more than 4 episodes of homelessness, you would score 1. As far as risks go, you would be reading this word for word. So in the last 6 months, how many times have you received healthcare at an emergency room? In the last 6 months, how many times have you been taken by ambulance to a hospital, been hospitalized as inpatient, used a crisis service, including sexual assault crisis, mental health crisis, family or intimate violence, distress centers, and suicide prevention hotlines? How many times have you talked to the police because you've witnessed a crime or the victim of a crime, the alleged perpetrator of a crime, or because the police told you you had to move along? In the last 6 months, have you stayed 1 or more night in a holding cell, jail, prison, whether it was for a short-term stay like the drunk tank, or a longer stay for a more serious offense, or anything in between? So if the number of instances under risks is 4 or more, you would score a 1. Since becoming homeless, have you been attacked or beaten up? Have you threatened to harm yourself or someone else in the last year? If either one of these are yes, you would score a 1. Do you have any legal things going on right now that could result in you being locked up, having to pay fines, or make it more difficult to pay rent? More difficult to find a place to live? If they say yes, you would score 1. You may want to go ahead and ask with this, have you ever gone through an eviction and do you still owe money? And the reason that I say that is because of this last part of the statement that could make it more difficult to rent a place to live. Does anyone force or trick you into doing things you do not want to do? Do you ever do things that could be considered risky, such as exchange sex for money, run drugs for someone, have unprotected sex with someone you don't know, share a needle, or anything else that could be considered risky? If either one of those are yes, you would score a 1. Number 10 is another one of those that you may need clarification for. So is there any person, past landlord, business, bookie, dealer, or government group like the IRS that thinks that you owe them money? The reason that I say that you may need clarification for this, I have a cell phone bill, car payment, storage units. So I owe people money. So you might want to ask for a little bit of clarification if they say no right off the bat. If they don't receive income for any kind of work, you would check no. If 10 is yes or 11 is no, you would score a 1. Do you have planned activities other than just surviving that make you feel happy and fulfilled? If they say no, you would score 1. Are you currently able to take care of basic needs such as bathing, changing clothes, using a restroom, getting food and clean water, and other things such as that? If they say no, you would score 1. For number 13, I would also do a visual assessment. So do they appear like they've showered within the last 48 hours? Is your current homelessness in any way caused by a relationship that broke down, an unhealthy or abusive relationship, or because family or friends caused you to become evicted? If they answer yes, you would score 1. So for the most part, it's very to the point. Just make sure you're asking the questions as they're written, especially number 17. You would not ask if a person has HIV or AIDS. You would ask the question exactly like this. Then you can allow them to come back, well, what does that mean? Well, what it's asking ultimately is, do you have HIV or AIDS? But the question should be asked as it's written. It's very important not to re-traumatize our clients. So if they seem to start becoming uncomfortable, agitated, or irritated, go ahead and stop the assessment. And then a case manager can redo the assessment the next day. Um, 25 is one of those questions that I give a little bit of my history on. So are there medications that a doctor says that you should take that you don't? If they say no, I ask, so you fill every prescription a doctor gives you? And then are there any medications like painkillers you don't take the way as prescribed, or you sell the medication? Number 27 is one of those questions that I assess the individual before I ask it. So the way that I would word this question most of the time, depending on the individual, is, has your current period of homelessness been caused by an experience of emotional, physical, psychological, or other type of abuse or trauma, or by, that you've experienced? The reason that I left out sexual on that is if I know one of the clients have had an experience where there was intimate partner violence, domestic violence, generally I would leave that out. How many people have questions on this form?
Now, Mike, that form is going to be done immediately preceding or at the time of the intake packet as well?
at the time of intake.
So sometimes what happens, guys, is it's overwhelming for the guest. And so if I can get one document done and wholeheartedly believe that they just want to go set their stuff down, I'll give them just give them a second to say, okay, I'm going to get up and go over there for a second, pretend like I have, something that I need to go do, just to give them a minute, because a lot of these questions are overwhelming to our guests, especially those experiencing mental health. So they at times can become very avoidant just because they're emotionally exhausted from having to answer all these questions. And sometimes they're just irritated and don't want to do it. But I'm just saying we have to be observant and mindful of, if we had to sit down and do a 17-page or 8-page plus the other 11, I need coffee, 11 pages, we had to sit there and do all these pages of paperwork. Granted, you can be, once you become familiar with the documents and you realize that they're duplicate questions, you can kind of skip around a little bit. But until you're comfortable, I would be mindful of not skipping, not realizing that you didn't get all the questions answered.
Yeah,
You want all these questions done like 3 o'clock in the morning, the intake and this questionnaire, like at 2, 3 in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So Augustus, give me 1 second. What you have to do, no matter what, is the release of information and putting them on the bed list. I would like all of the documentation to be completed. There will be a third item that I'm adding to that, and we're about to talk about that one, which is the standardized intake for shelter participants. I need as much data as you can get me. The more data that you miss, the more work that we have to do on the backside to get it complete.
And I'm not sure, Mike.
This is addition to?
Drew, can you repeat that?
This form that you're about to talk about is in addition to the initial intake?
So the next one is the initial intake. It's going to ask basic demographic information, whether or not they have income, if they're a veteran, if they've experienced any kind of domestic violence, if they have food stamps or other so food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, other health insurance, auxiliary grant. You're covering pretty much everything on that one.
Well, I was gonna say, Mike, if you want to pull it up, because there are similarities. So when you get familiar with it, you'll be like, oh, I don't have to ask that question because they already answered that in the SPDAT. So I can just bypass that question and then go back in and fill it out. But Drew, too, to answer your question, if, especially if somebody's coming in cold or hungry, I might, let them go grab a hot coffee or a tea or something and then come back. If I have confidence that they understand that they're not going to get very far unless they help me complete this document, I'm empathetic to their situation, especially if they're coming in, they're soaking wet or, whatever, or, you got to kind of do it on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, as somebody that's gotten that text from Mike saying, hey, you didn't finish your intake packet, that's on you. And you got to get that done. And it's often very difficult after you've missed your opportunity.
Try to track them down and yeah. Is that the same thing as a risk assessment? The form we just went over?
It's a little bit different.
But we can keep in mind though, we are a team, and if they coming in too drunk and you working that 4 to 12, hit me up. I'm gonna get that package done in the morning. But by the time Mike get here, everything will be done. So if you test yourself out at 3 o'clock, guess what? When they get up in the morning, it's 3 of us on the shift, we're gonna get it done.
But we at least got to have their name.
Yeah, we're gonna get their name.
Or whatever name they want to tell us is their name in the moment.
Because you can just highlight, you get their name and tell them, Phil, I didn't get to this part. We're a team. We're going to get it done.
But Philip, you have a good point though, and I don't know, Mike, if we can do the Google Doc to highlight. So when we were doing hard copies of documents, we would highlight if it is a new intake, so that would alert management to let them know to be on the lookout for an intake packet.
Yeah.
Because then that's just that checks and balances to know, you know, that information needs to be, you know, put in the specific area.
Mm-hmm.
So the important thing to remember about this.
I'm sorry, what you say?
I was saying
you go on the back. Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't talking to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I was saying the most important thing to remember about getting this stuff done, there is a window of opportunity you can get it done. So yes, first thing in the morning when they wake up, that is perfectly all right. However, if they slip past and I have an individual that stayed on the bed list for one night, there's a chance they never come back to hypo.
Yeah.
So, you know, if someone misses getting the information on that overnight shift at 3 a.m. and the morning person doesn't get it, I will be reporting to the county that, yeah, I was unable to get this information. And they're going to come back to me asking questions such as, why wasn't it done?
Yeah. A quick question, Mike. I probably missed the beginning of the survey. Is there an opening statement? Because this is very personal information we are asking the client. Is there an open statement or universal open statement that we always use, stating the purpose of this survey? Because they may want to ask what this is about. I don't know if you said it. Yeah.
So I sent this out. This is one of the attachments that I sent out to everyone, and I would go ahead and say, look it over. And when you have questions about it, go ahead and ask me. Generally what I tell people is some of these questions are going to be difficult to answer. And if you feel uncomfortable answering something, say skip. Say something to tell me that you're not going to give me the information. That way we're not wasting time sitting there going back and forth. Okay. Just say I don't feel comfortable answering whatever it is and move on. There is going to be an error rate on this assessment because I am asking facilitators to do it on the first night that you're meeting someone. So they're not going to be willing to give you all of their information. It happens every season. I understand that. The reason that I'm starting this process with y'all is once a case manager is assigned to them and they start working with someone else, at least the case manager has a little bit of background on this individual.
One problem that
thank you,
I came across in with Bailey, I used to do the assessments and then I used to implement them in HMIS. But then when the client gives a different name, because there are some people with 3 or 4 different names. First name, they come in there, use the first name, then they come the next day and use their middle name as their first name. And then you find out you have 3 or 4 different assessments or intakes on the same individual. So how do you circumvent that?
The standardized intake that I have pulled up right now is going to ask first, middle, and last. If you can get me, and I will ask y'all for clarifying information. If y'all can get me a first, middle, and last name with a date of birth, it's very easy for me to create the spreadsheet saying that, no, this individual has already created or completed an intake. But at the same time, you know, those morning, mid, and evening staff will be able to to tell who has completed something.
Well, and Drew too, like I was saying earlier, sometimes that does happen, and it just takes a period of observation to kind of put two and two together. Like, wait a minute, that dude was here yesterday, and now he's John Smith, and yesterday he was Steve Smith. Well, is your name Steve Jonathan? Or so you just you gently remind them to provide the name that they did the intake on, so that we can make sure not to triple double do work.
Also, let's say they come the second night of hypo, we don't see them again until January. By January, we've pretty much gotten everyone captured. So in January, you can look at the list that will be printed out, or the Google Doc that you'll have that has some of the information, and you'd be able to go on there. Oh, is your name Jacob Smith? Yeah, Jacob's my middle name. Okay. And then you would just make a note on the bed list, middle name Jacob. That makes sense?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right. So for the standardized intake, the day that they come in and sit down with you to complete this paperwork is the project start date. And I do want to reiterate to everyone that you should be completing these forms for the client. The only thing they should be touching the form for is to sign. That is it. Everything else you should be writing down. So first, middle, last, most people are not going to give you a middle name, a client contact number if they have one, any emergency contact information that you can get for the individual will be helpful. Social security number, date of birth. If they're above the age of 18, which everyone should be, they're automatically going to be the head of household. So you
Mike,
yep.
oh, sorry to jump back to social security number. Some people will absolutely refuse to give you your social security number. However, 9 times out of 10, you can convince them to give you the last 4. So if you say, can I get your social security number? And they hesitate and they hem and haw, or, you get that feeling that they're not going to give it to you. Most of the time you get, okay, well, how about the last 4? Are you comfortable with the last 4? And most of the time they say yes. So at least you then can mark the partial box for the social security number for those that are uncomfortable with divulging that information. Because at least that's helpful somewhat.
And if they refuse to give it to you or they don't know, make sure you check that box. Otherwise, I'm assuming you just didn't get it, and this intake will come back to you. Ethnicity, like I said, basic demographic information.
Mike, Edwina had a question about number 3.
Yes.
Go ahead, Edwina. Uh-oh, did we lose her? Oh, maybe we lost her. She had put in the chat she had a question, but I think we may have lost her. All right, we'll go. Yeah, I don't see her.
So the location code is going to be Fairfax because that is where they're doing the assessment. All right. So Sarah, can you help me explain this?
Sorry, I was messaging her back just in case she jumps back on. Okay, so which one, number 15?
15.
So usually what I ask them is, where did you stay last night? And I stayed at the bus stop. I stayed at a friend's house. And so this is really the easiest way to ask them this particular question. Because if you say, well, where's your where did you reside before here, or where did you, you know, there are other ways to word it. And I mean, sometimes if they look at you still like, well, where did I sleep last night? What do you mean? Or where have you been staying? Questions like that. And if they look at you kind of weird, just say, well, were you with friends? Were you out in the community? Say, you know, in one of our campsites, or not our campsites, their campsites, but you know what I'm saying? Like I give them suggestions, and they're, oh, did you just come from detox? Did you just come from getting out of jail? So if they're not really sure about the question, I give them some examples. But usually I just say, where did you stay the night last night?
And then how long have you stayed wherever you were last night? The reason that it's important to answer number 16, 17, and 18 correctly is because if you write something down that does not make sense, I'm coming back to you and being like, hey, this isn't working. So let's say that you answer number 16, that they've been, that they stayed in a place not meant for human habitation for one night or less. And then for number 17, you put that they've been homeless for, let's say, 6 months. And then number 18, you check that they've been homeless one time in the last 3 years. But to me, that doesn't make sense. So were they homeless for, 6 months? Or did you check the wrong box under the last 3 years?
Well, and not to mention, Mike, so some of our folks, well, I've been homeless for 20 years. Well, so you're coming to a hypothermia shelter tonight. You know, for them, they have legitimately been homeless that long, but so they don't think about, oh, well, I stayed at my friend's house for 2 weeks, and then I slept in my car for 2 weeks, and then I did this. Somebody paid for a hotel for me for 2 weeks. So sometimes it's a dialogue with them, because you'll get down to that, how long have you been homeless, and they'll give you some answer that didn't make any of the other answers make any sense. And so it's just sometimes a conversation, and then you have to go back and check different boxes because you get a bigger picture or a better understanding of what their real situation looked like.
And then here it's the total number of months that they've been homeless in an emergency shelter or safe haven in the last 3 years. Y'all can skip number 20. It's easier if I figure that out than, let me rephrase that. It doesn't matter what y'all put on number 20. Chances are I will change that answer. So income from any source, yes or no, and then what type of income here, and then the amount that they receive over here, and you would want to put weekly, monthly, bi-weekly, whatever it is. Do they receive non-cash benefits? So food stamps, auxiliary grants, stuff like that. Domestic violence, yes or no? If yes, how long ago was it? And again, if yes, are they currently fleeing?
So Mike, sorry to cut you off. Edwina's, she's on here and she can see and hear us, but we can't see or hear her. And then kind of in line with what I was saying before about how these two documents kind of overlap a little bit, but she was referring to question 3 on the SPDAT, which is also in this questionnaire as well. It asked in the past, she asks, so if the document says in the past 3 years, how many times have you been homeless? If the person has been actually homeless in no housing the entire 3 years, does she just put 1? So I think
yes. Yes, that would be one time.
And that's, again, guys, that's that conversation, because I mean, what's legally considered house versus, you know, them sleeping in their car. They may consider that homeless, and then again they may consider that not homeless, and that really might impact whether or not they qualify for services or additional services.
Veteran status, the more information you can get here, the more helpful it is with me connecting them to other services. So if they're a veteran, I need to know when they were in the military, where did the client serve, and then what branch of the military they were in. Discharge status would be helpful if it's other than honorable.
It's crazy, Edwina. We can see you. We just can't hear you.
All right, it is 2:14. General questions?
When does the hypo actually start? Is it December 4th?
The 1st of December.
It's the 1st. Okay.
This is Crystal. When would the schedules be out?
All right, so that's part of the reason that I sent out the Google Doc. Hopefully everyone has looked at it. I have not opened it back up since I sent it out. And I'm hoping everyone has put in their contact information as well as availability. The first schedule I will have out to you by the 21st. That would give, you know, a little bit over a week to make any changes that I need to and go from there.
And Mike, before we end, we and shout out to Augustus for this one. In true Zoom fashion, we forgot to go around and I guess introduce ourselves. I don't know if you just want to shout out each individual person on the screen so we're not talking over each other, but I think that'd be kind of cool to get to know our coworkers. And
Go ahead, Sarah, introduce yourself.
well, I'm Sarah. I am with Facets. I do many faceted things at Facets. I have been a previous hypo person for many, many years. And like I said earlier, I will miss it this year. But in a pinch, I'm sure Michael and Carol will be accommodating and letting me come and assist. So I am willing to help whenever. Too, as far as just, I mean, any general questions or anything you guys, Augustus and Philip do know, again, a lot of the population, but I enjoy the work with this population, and I'm here to help anybody that needs any assistance with anything. So I'll call in the next person. Edwina. Oh, wait, Edwina can't talk to us. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's Edwina, guys. We can't.
So Edwina is our lead RC at the Candlewood. That is one of the isolation sites that the county is running. It was contracted out to Facets. She is currently in charge of a lot of their day-to-day activities over there, as long as, you know, scheduling, small client issues. Yeah, she pretty much does a lot over there.
She's our new superwoman. Oh, and like snacks. Me too.
Augustus.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Augustus. I think I'm the oldest staff on this team. I have been with Facets since 2015, and I enjoy doing this. I like the money, but I also enjoy working with the population. That is why I'm always here every winter to help. Thank you, and I look forward to working with each of you and to connect with you personally too, to call you sometime when I'm not able to come in. Okay, so welcome on board. Who's next? Should I call the next person?
Who do I have on the iPhone?
That is me, Atia. Oh, let me take my video. My name's Atia. Just a little bit of background about myself. I've been working in the homeless field for quite a while now. I came over from New Hope Housing. I started off on call there in the winter shelter. So this is a new venture for me with a new program, and I'm excited.
Welcome on board. John?
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Same, just like her. I started out at Northern Virginia, and then when it turned into New Hope Housing. So I've been doing this a little over 5 years, and I actually met Sarah before.
Oh.
Me and you worked Hypo in January.
Okay.
At Reston, and it was on the night that we had a problem, and you asked me to do something. So me and you talked for a while. I worked overnight there on a bingo night that me and you were talking.
Mm-hmm.
Remember you?
Well, welcome.
Athena?
Hi, my name's Athena. I actually don't have experience with the homeless population. I work in group homes with intellectually disabled adults and mental health clients more. So a little bit of knowledge on that. So I look forward to this. I think it seems really rewarding. I like what you guys do, so we'll see. I'm sure it'll be exciting.
It's fun to get hype when they get hype about finding jobs and getting housing, or when they get their benefits and they're just so happy and they come running out. Guess what? And so you feel hyped too. It's cool.
Yeah, it seems like it would be nice. So thank you.
Philip?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, my name's Philip. Been, I think, 5 years for FAFSA. Keep returning. We had, I feel we're going to still continue to have an excellent team. Been working with the federal government for 27 years on my full-time, but part-time I have worked at different shelters. I see we got a lot of New Hope Housing. Welcome aboard. I don't know how Ollie gonna feel about this, but welcome aboard and get ready to work with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I know.
Honestly, Ollie may come track me down and get rid of me. Hans?
Hello. Excuse me. My name's Hans. Weirdest name on the team. I'm a peer specialist with Fairfax County Emergency Services. we get a lot of homeless people come through there. About myself, I speak excellent Spanish, so you can come to me for that anytime. Yeah, and it's just a new venture for me. I'm just really excited. This is going to be interesting.
Welcome to the team. Drew.
Hello, everybody. My name is Andrew. I've been with the homeless population for like 5 or 6 years now. Like John, I used to work with Northern Virginia, and I used to work with New Hope Housing. I enjoy what I do. I'm excited about this opportunity to continue to do what I do, and it's nice to meet y'all.
Welcome on board. Joy.
Hi, everybody. I actually work with Facets at the hotel, but I'm a front desk agent, so that's how I knew about this. I haven't really worked much with the homeless population, but I am learning with them. And I have worked with Sarah and Edwina before. I also have a question, Mike. Are we going to be following somebody with the paperwork so we could try to get to understand it a little bit more?
Yes, I'm going to try to have some of the previous staff members there the first 2 nights, if I am able to and Edwina allows me to.
Well, and honestly, guys, the paperwork is one of those things until you start working with it, it's not like we can sit here and go over it page by page by page. And so you actually use it. It's like you use it and that's how you learn to do it. So
yeah. I just want to add to that. The training looks a little intimidating, but the actual work is not as it is in the training. So I just want to give you that assurance to rest your mind, and it's not as difficult as it appears to be.
Gina?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I have issues also with this mute button, but nevertheless, this is my first time working with Facets. I have done some volunteer work through my church several times with the homeless out in Fairfax County. I think that was Rising Hope Church, but this will be my first time kind of full-time, even though it is a part-time position. And I look forward to working with each of you as well as the clients.
Welcome on board. Marshall, I know you gave a brief introduction. Do you want to tell us how you've been assisting the singles team?
Sure. I am, like I mentioned before, working with the singles team with the quality control piece. I also have Jolene, who's not on the call today, who works with the singles team. So really we're here to provide support to everyone on the team. Just let me turn my video on so you know who's talking. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. So really what we're doing is just helping the team because, as you know, Michael stretched. This is an incredible team just doing a lot within the community. And we're just here to reassure them that they have the support that they need. We're looking at the case management side of things, the data quality side of things, and really helping to improve those processes to get to a place where we're not only meeting those grant requirements, but we're exceeding those requirements. So any processes and procedures that we need to address, looking at case file management, looking at case management in general, and just providing support to all the different aspects of the singles programs. So if we have to respond to audit reviews, if we need to assist with HMIS, that's pretty much what we're doing. Any data quality, any data cleanup, that's what we're doing to assist. Personally, I have worked with some of the agencies that you've mentioned. I was working predominantly with HIV/AIDS for a number of years. I did some HOPWA stuff, worked with the Ryan White grant a bit, and then transitioned more to Bridging Affordability, if you've ever heard of that program, and worked closely with housing and community development in Fairfax. I do this on a part-time basis. So a lot of times I'm not gonna be available during the day physically to get anything done, but I'm more of anytime after 5 to 12 midnight, I am very much available. So if anybody needs to reach out as well, I'm available during those hours. You can also reach out during the day.
Thank you, Marshall Lee. Crystal?
I'm going to start my video. Hi, so my name is Crystal. I have over 20 years experience in the social service field. My work has primarily been with children and families. So homelessness in those areas I have a lot of experience with. I have extensive experience working with the chronically mentally ill. And so this job is going to, allow me the ability to work directly with people, which I miss. Right now, I manage, so I just manage staff to work with individuals. So I kind of miss that direct contact and that work with individuals. So this will hopefully allow me the opportunity to, to tap into some of my clinical skills again and, work directly with individuals. So it's nice to meet all of you.
Thank you, Crystal. Welcome on board. Tori?
Hello.
Hi, Corey.
Hi, Corrine. How are you?
Corinne, I'm sorry.
It's okay. My name is Corrine Banks. My background is in reentry. I'm currently a case manager at a transitional housing facility. And I recognize someone up here, Andrea Durbin. Me and her used to work together at another place. She's an excellent person, so I'm happy to see her. And thank you for welcoming me. I'm looking forward to working with the homeless population. I don't have too much experience, but I do have a lot of experience working with people with different challenges. So thank you, and I look forward to working with you all.
Welcome on board. Cassandra?
Hi. Do you need my camera on?
No, up to you.
Okay. My name is Cassandra. This is my first time with Facets. Are we talking about our experience, right? My prior experience is in law enforcement. I worked in the prison system, but I've never done nothing similar to this. I also have done crisis work dealing with those who are suicidal. So happy to be here.
Welcome on board.
Thank you.
Andrea?
I'm sorry, I forgot it was on mute. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrea Durbin. Hi, Ms. Banks. It's nice working with you in the past. I'm sorry about that, but I do have experience in reentry as well. And I'm new to working with the homeless population. I currently work at Carpenter Shelter. I've been here for a couple of weeks and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you and welcome on board. Camille?
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Camille. I currently work with Facets. I'm a security officer. I currently have over 12 years of security experience. I've worked with Edwina and Sarah currently. Um, I've had experience with working with homeless people in the past. I am looking forward and excited to currently working with Fastest, and thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thank you for joining us. Corey?
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Collins. This will be my second year of experience with working with homeless. I currently work at Carpenter Shelter. I worked hypothermia last season, and I'm currently working hypothermia this season as well. Looking forward to a new environment, looking forward to dealing with different people because this year so far we've had the same group of people. So I'm just excited about working with a new group, working with a new group of staff, and just look forward to everything. Thank you.
You're welcome. Kay?
Hi everyone, sorry, I'm trying to fix my video, but it's not working at the moment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, so my name is Kayma Freeman, but I go by Kay. Please call me Kay, that's fine. I've been in the mental health field for about the last 10 years now, but this will be my first year working directly with the homeless population. So I'm super excited to get back to working and getting down, and helping people face to face. So I'm excited to join the team, and I'm excited to learn a lot.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Ebony?
I don't know if because she used the phone in feature that I think she can hear us. I'm not sure that we can hear her.
All right. Did I miss
Not cut her
anything?
off if she can participate, but.
My name is Michael Dykes. I am currently the hypothermia coordinator. I have been with Facets. I started as an intern in 2017. Took a position as a case manager with them, and then last year I took the hypothermia coordination position. This is my second year of running the Hypo program. We're going to make it. This is going to be different than it has been in previous seasons, but we are going to get through it and learn new experiences. Tori, Edwina says I skipped over you. I apologize. Take your time.
And I'd also like to point out that if we were in person, Mike would have bought us pizza. And so I'd like to know when our pizza will individually arrive to our current location.
I'm sorry, Sarah, you were breaking up.
Pizza.
I'm still working on figuring out a way to do CPR and first aid training. I did send out, and several of y'all agreed to do the mental health first aid training with Fairfax County. Thank y'all for agreeing to do that. I'm more than likely going to have the people that work at the Chris Atwood Foundation come in and do revive training on site after Hypo starts. And that way they can also inform the guests of other services that they provide. Let's see, de-escalation. I'm working with the county to provide something for the entire group besides just the mental health first aid portion of it. And for those of you that have sent me me or Sherry your CPR certification, thank y'all for doing that.
And not that Facets is suggesting anybody come out of their pocket. I also needed my CPR and first aid recently expired, and Fairfax County, I'm a county employee full-time. They weren't offering obviously in-person first aid, and they really couldn't tell me when. And obviously all my jobs require it. So I went on Groupon, and for the low price of $14.99, I watched a whole ton of videos, and I passed the test at the end, and I got a shiny certificate. And the Red Cross does, you got to make sure it's the CPR, the first aid, the AED, like you got to make sure it's a legit one. And I can send that to Mike if any of you guys need that. But right now it's like everything's virtual. Most of the localities, I know Fairfax, Alexandria City, because those are the two that I frequent the most, but I'm sure Prince William, if you want to go ahead and jump on some Narcan training, they do. It used to be in person, like 2 hours. Now they've got a 1 hour Zoom situation, free. You sign up for it. So that's available as well. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't know of any free first aid stuff going on right now. If you go directly through the Red Cross for first aid, it's kind of pricey, but they are offering it virtually also.
And how did you get past the need to do the showing you can actually do first aid and CPR?
So now from what I understand, because I contacted the Red Cross, because because nothing is in person now, it's a test that you take, and it's like it's a hard test. Like if you don't pay attention to the videos and the trainings, because it'll ask you how many seconds in between breaths how many seconds do you wait in between breaths, or how many compressions do you do in a certain amount of time. Like the test is legit really hard, but the purpose of the test is, if you're in person, you're going through the motions, and you're physically showing the instructor that you know how to do this. But instead, it's a test where it'll say 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The answers are all kind of similar. So if you didn't pay attention to the training, you're not going to pass the test. So I guess they've just made the test extremely intricate. And again, there's different levels of testing, and this particular organization is certified. And so I went through that, and Fairfax County acknowledged that was something that they would take, because it was the same thing that the Red Cross offered, but substantially cheaper.
All right, I will talk to my supervisor and see if she will pay for that.
And actually, I can tell you the company right now. So I just did it. But it's the test is really hard. Not too much crap in my phone. Okay, it's called Advanced Medical Certification is the name of the company. They were on Groupon. I don't know if they still are. But I did the CPR AED first aid class, and it takes, I don't know, maybe 2 hours to watch all the videos and then the test. But on Groupon, I paid $14.99 because, like I said, the Red Cross was a lot more, and mine was expiring, and I needed it. So Groupon was what I did.
Any other questions?
Yes, this is Crystal. So all the remaining trainings will be conducted on site?
I'm trying to get as much done through Zoom as possible. The reasoning for that is me personally, I'm extremely busy, and facilitating meetings has been difficult. Monday, I will have an answer whether or not I can have y'all do first aid and then we reimburse you. The de-escalation training will probably be after Hypo starts, minus the people that were able to sign up for the training on, I believe it's next week or the week after.
And Mike, I just looked to do it actually through the Red Cross for the same exact CPR, first aid, and AED, even though I don't think we've ever had an AED on site unless the church did, is $35.
All right.
Just in case they.
It should be right now, unless the county comes back with a de-escalation training before Hypo starts. It will be one more training. Y'all may be doing that training by yourselves, clocking in for it. We would, if Carol allows, I would get y'all reimbursements for those trainings. Hey, Tori.
Hello, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see me?
No.
No. There we go.
Cool. Sorry about that. Technology. I don't have direct experience working with homeless, but based off of all the stories that y'all told, I do have experience working at a juvenile detention facility, and I think those skills would definitely come in handy. I'm really just excited to gain experience and meet some cool people. So yeah.
Welcome.
Did that answer everything?
Yes. So yes, thank you, Tori. I lost my train of thought though. CPR. So I will talk to Carol, get something out to y'all by Monday afternoon on whether or not it's something that we're offering, or if it's something that I can have them reimburse for.
Because I was thinking too, Mike, I mean, we could, if we could get the trainer and Zoom with her, but then you're right. How do we prove to her that we know how to do it to get the certificate that way?
Yeah. It's not there. There's no good answer on that. I've
Well, with
been
Red
working.
Cross doing it virtually, I'm assuming that there's probably a test as well. Like I said, I know the county, which is, I don't know who we contracted with in the past, like the people that showed up at the office in previous years.
I don't know. Maria, Norica, they were both certified to train.
Oh, they sure were. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because the county was just like, yeah, no, we can't help you figure it out. I was like, oh, great. Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
But I love working for the county as well. I'm not knocking it. Like Sarah's on Zoom call saying she hates Fairfax.
No, I didn't hear anything. That is all I have for y'all today. Look out for an email probably Monday as far as any ongoing trainings. Also make sure y'all send me a text message with saying that you were able to log into Paylocity.
Mike.
Go ahead.
I don't have any more shirts. I need to get some shirts.
Philip, you've been here. You should have at least 10 shirts.
And those shirts are worn out.
Bring out them blue shirts with the little fuzzies on them.
I have a question.
Yep.
Do we have to clock out at like we clocked in this morning? Do we need to go in and
No,
clock out as well?
I will clock everyone out at 3 o'clock.
Sweet.
So if you've already sent me that text message saying, yeah, I'm able to use Paylocity, I will clock everyone out that has clocked in.
Sweet.
Well, have a great hypo season, everybody. Shameless plug yet again if you guys need coverage. Right, Mike?
Yeah, really, Sarah. Sarah, I would say Edwina, you may have to call in, stay on the call for a few.
Okay. Well, we can just stay on.
Yeah.
Oh, should we leave? Well, bye, everybody. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Everybody have a good
Bye,
one.
everyone. Nice meeting
Hi, everyone.
Happy weekend.
Nice meeting everyone.
A great weekend.
Mr.